Okay, ready or not, here I go. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Milo build. How are folks today? Sorry for the little delay. I underestimated the amount of time I needed this morning to get ready. So, hey PF Dennis, hey Danny, hey Thomas, hey Zilji. How are you, Dutch dude? Felix and Fixter Jake, Bill, Marcus and Maurice. Hey 3DP and me. It's Dave, right? Welcome. Thanks for being here. 3DP and me is on the Milo design team. Kyle, Little Brat, Projects in Dad's Garage, John, Steve, Tuxedo. How are folks? I'm probably going to miss a bunch. Hey Sanity. Hey Ella. Hey Mark, Delvin, Sean, Laura. Awesome. Hey Kyle. Whew. I tried to do too much this morning. We are here to begin the build for the Millennium Machines Milo v1.5. This is a build I've been looking forward to for a very long time. It is different than my normal content, being a subtractive machine rather than a 3D printer additive machine. We are going to learn a lot. I've already learned a lot just doing research, the little bit of research leading up here. So I do have very little experience in hobbyist subtractive stuff. I've built a MPCNC and I have my Shapeoko router here. So, and Ogorot, it uses a Milo board with RepRap firmware. The question is, what electronics firmware will this mill use? I'll get into details on what that is as we go along. If I miss saying hi to you, hi. I've got a lot going right now. So, let's see. There are 2 giveaways today. So LDO is providing 1 kit per stream that is the CNC starter kit, which is a collection of end mills and 1, 2, 3 blocks and a little dial test indicator and holder. There is a link. The link I hope works in the form that points to the contents of that. Now the link points to the contents of the whole Milo bomb, but if you scroll through that, there's a CNC starter kit section there. That's going to be available and ship out sometime at the end of March. So the winners of those will receive them as LDO gears up to ship those out. They are planning on selling those separate. Andrew, thanks for becoming a member. Did I miss any others? Hey Rob, hey Dylan. Andrew is a member. Cat Herder Cam, thanks for becoming a member. This is going to be my first subtractive device, so much to learn. Yeah. We're going to learn a lot together then. Yes, that is the idea. So where do we want to go? Let me do a real quick, because I'm super excited about this, because Kyle here in chat really helped me with it and made it take a whole lot less time than I thought it was going to take. I made a new license plate for the 3D sets build. So this is what I had before. I just did this real quick just so I could have something custom. But this is what I printed this morning. Look at that. Isn't that awesome? That is so cool. Here, I printed 2 of them because I figured the extra layer time would be a good idea. Look at that. Had to fix my membership. Hey, Mastamoon, Tuxedo, Obi-Wan, Ben. Yeah, this is Kylisa. Yeah, Kyle converted the mesh for me, so all I had to do is take the step file and do the letters. Really pleased with that. So, okay. The reason I chose that particular plate is because that's the period correct California plate for the 70s and very early 80s. So, new pillars seem to be okay. So that is a build that we do on the Charlie's Angels, which is the member. As we get 30 new members here, you have access to that. 35 new members. You have access to that build series, and we made progress on it yesterday, and we're going to make progress again in early March. So That has been a really fun build. Let's go through here. Bill and Monkey Butler Labs and Derek, thanks for the gifted memberships. I printed that with the 0.25. First time I've used the 0.25 Revo nozzle, and I printed it on, is it visible there? Charlie wire. I printed it on the switch wire there. I just guessed at the settings and it turned out first time. So, sweet model, can I download it? That particular model, I don't know if you'd want it to say Steve Builds, but yes, that's Charlie wire. It's my Charlie inspired switch wire. Hey Anton, hey, don't knock it. Okay, let's get into this because this is going to be an involved project. It's going to take a lot of care in building. This is one of those builds that more so than any others, the amount of time and attention to detail you put into it will have a direct effect on the success that you have with the machine. There are, and let me bring up the documentation. So we are talking about, and I need to go over here, sorry. We are talking about the Millennium Machines Milo, and this is version 1.5. So I'm going to recycle a bunch of pages here on my browser. And this is, so these links that I'm going to be going to are all in the description. So I'm not going to take the time to go in and paste them into chat. They are in the description. So this is the main GitHub page for the Millennium Machines Milo. We will not be doing an 11-hour stream. Joe is a machine and a little bit nuts. So we will be splitting this up into bite-size, well, for me, bite-size 4-ish hour chunks. I want to make that car. It's awesome. PF Dennis, thanks for the gift of memberships. Did I miss another one coming through? I feel like Tuxedo, thanks for the gift of memberships. Yeah, there, now I'm caught up. Okay, so this has information, the STL files. There are some manuals here. There's also a, and maybe Dave or someone from the team, if you're on the Millennium Machines team and you're in chat, let me know. I'll try to catch it. I might not notice if you tell me, but it would be helpful to know that. Did I already, PF Dennis, was that the second set you gave? Did I thank you before? No, I got you. Okay. There is a manual. So if we go to an assembly manual here, we will see this. There is also, yes, it is Pinky in the Brain. It's a shirt my wife got me not long ago. It's just you, Dave. Awesome. Andres, thanks for gifted memberships. So there is a assembly manual here. I've been told we need to deviate from the manual a little bit for the raise method of assembling the X and Y setup. So, and I've looked over that and it looks reasonable to me. So, hey Dave, let me download this. So we have this available to us instead of viewing it in the GitHub viewer. I'm gonna save this and we're gonna make us a new folder in my stream folder here. And do I have one already? No. So let's just go Milo 1.5. And we're gonna save this and open it. So this is the mini mill assembly manual. There's some attributions here, OpenBuilds, Voron, and Fabrico. Bunch of basic information. Let's zoom this in a little bit. What spindle did you end up with since they don't have one for the US? So LDO did send me the 220 volt spindle that EU is getting because I have it available in my garage here. So There's some options there, and then we get into lubricating, how to lubricate your motion system, how to set heat set inserts, should you cold blue your rails, stuff like that. Jay, thanks for the gifted memberships. Did that LDO apron. I was wondering when someone would comment on the LDO apron. So Jason teased about this. There's a markdown version now. The PDF is being deprecated. That's good to know, Dave. And that was what I was going to next, because I have the link for that. That's the link that I actually put in the description, was to that version. I will steer away from this then. I just figured I'd go into it looking at the GitHub contents. So we'll divert from this then. But anyway, this guy here, Jason sent me one of these, and I was wondering how long it would take, because I didn't think it would take long because it's nice and obvious. We'll put that on when we're actually flinging chips. Now we can start milling stainless steel. Okay, maybe not. Anton, thanks for the gifted memberships. Okay, so we are going to steer away from this. I'm told it's being deprecated in favor of a markdown version of the manual. So, but there's some other information here. In the description is also the documentation link, and let's go there. What is this one? This is reuse that. So this is what I'm presuming is the correct documentation we want to go for. I hope it cuts aluminum decently. It is intended to cut aluminum very well. There are some folks experimenting with tougher materials than aluminum, but really the expectation should be a good aluminum cutting machine. So the apron, I'm assuming you're talking about tuxedo. I don't know. Jason said that they would have some at Rocky Mountain Rep Festival, but I haven't heard anything beyond that. Okay, so we have information here, sourcing guide, printing guide. So this is a machine that demands some sturdy parts, as sturdy as you can get with plastic. So the infill is high, the wall thickness is high, and it's even higher on some of these parts. If you look in here, like the ballast box, they want 2.4 millimeter wall thickness. A bunch of parts here are high, high perimeter, high top and bottom layer, and high infill. 40% is pretty high when you look at it as a printed part. I want something for aluminum and titanium. I'm not super familiar with what it takes to do titanium, but I think I believe it's outside the scope of what we'd be expecting here. Donated, Jay McGinnis. Did I miss that? Jay McGinnis, thank you. I did miss that, thank you. The apron should be in the Milo kit by default. That's a good suggestion. Quite the quandary, watch Steve or start building the Micron. Both. Why not both? I am gonna drive to Rocky Mountain. We're gonna take a bunch of printers. Okay. So we will be going through, so I've printed, I hope I didn't miss any parts, but parts are printed. Hey, zombie. No chance to titanium. Yeah, I didn't think so. And then we get into frequently asked questions. What's the work area? 340 in X, 160 in Y. Now the LDO kit is more in Z, correct? The printed parts reduce that, but with the LDO kit, we get 100 or 100 and something. There is information here on what materials, tolerances, that kind of thing. Hey, Mark. 120 is LDO. Z is 120, the LDO. And then we can get into the assembly manual. There is some acknowledgments. The one that's dear to me is the Voron design one. Voron has also been a huge inspiration, from the ethos of the community-driven development to the layout and content of our manuals. So definitely appreciate that call out. This is an LDO kit, so I'm going to keep going through and recycling my stuff here. So if we go to, this is another link in the description. So docs@ldomotors.com, and there's a Milo section here. So, and there's an information on what is included. And there's a printed parts guide. So there are a few parts that LDO suggests be changed to accommodate the selection of bits that they put in their kit. Busy watching Under 3 Pro to Switchwire. Your beard has grown very nicely in the last year. Thank you. So there are mounts for the electronics. There are some of this is just advice on which optional parts to to select. So for the spindle mounts, it's saying that the ones that are sold in the EU and the one that came to me has the 80mm spindle. So print that mount. Other things like this rear skirt, LDO likes the power inlet, the spacing for the tabs that hold it in place they modify this part to make that a little tighter tolerant so it doesn't rattle. There's a couple of things that they changed for printability, and then a couple of things that are changed just to fit with the cable chains and all that types of stuff. This, if you have an LDO kit, this is, you want to follow this. The tool setter, this is an advisory that the FMG Z plates, it has CNC machine plates for the Z, so you don't need to print the ones that are in the files. So you don't, because there is a printed option for this. I did just optional, and I'm going back to retrofit the non-optional ones because it makes sense. Got it. If you go to any of these links and you go to, it takes you to LDO's GitHub page for this. And this is a part that's not in the Milo files, it's just a cable management piece, but this is an example. If we go back to, go further up in the directory structure here, LDO has actually modified almost every file. There's a few things that they changed based on heat set insert size. And then I think most of these have been changed from the method of using a sacrificial layer for countersunk holes that are facing the build plate to the cross bridge method. I personally prefer the cross bridge method. The sacrificial layer works. I did make many changes to the STL files, but they were all in printability and fix. I didn't make any design changes. So, and I'll go over those as we go through and start looking at the printed parts. PSU mounts are wrong and should be updated soon. PSU mounts in the LDO files are wrong. Very cool. Hey, Peslas, welcome. Okay, so that is the LDO docs, and what else do we have? So then the other links in the description are to the Millennium Machines Reddit and their Discord. So be sure to join the Discord. Looking forward to my feedback. And I'll explain a lot of it here, and then I'll share all the files. Now, I haven't shared any of the files that I've modified because I haven't actually made sure I didn't screw something up. It's very, very possible for that. So what do I want to do? Was wondering, surely you wouldn't have touched the CAD STLs. I like I said, I'll explain exactly what I changed, but it was all in the area of parts that I thought needed to be changed for printability and fit. Will you be building an enclosure as part of this build? Not as part of this build series. Hey, Ricky B. let's go into, and I guess I'll just switch right back here. Let's go right into looking at what our first steps are and start going towards that. So build a materials, spindle selection, parts list and printed guidelines, versions, talking about drilling out holes. That's for the sacrificial layers. And then greasing and stuff, linear rails and that kind of stuff. So we have a hardware reference, what the different types of fasteners that are being used. And then I guess we get the first thing we start on is the Y-axis assembly. As part of my organization of the build is I do have these Acro Mills tool set or organizers. I modeled these inserts that are out on printables. Link is in the description of my printables profile, but it divides them up nicely. And I organized all the fasteners into here, small to large, and then a couple of spots for other things, like all the heat sets are in here type thing. So we'll be going over that. I do have a special hex tray for this build. It's finished being printed right now. I started it this morning. One of the many things I saved till the last second. So I'll go grab that at some point during the stream when I feel I'm going to need it. So this is not a knock on the project, but for everyone asking about materials, this is a lightweight mill solution. Anything over aluminum is stretching it. Yep. I guess we could also talk about printed parts in terms of colors. So I don't know what direction this actually goes when it's mounted, but this is the sample, the example of the filament I used. The red is Fusion Filaments. The red is Fusion Filaments Red Dwarf ABS 1.5. The print quality I am very pleased with. Turned out really well. As an example, these holes here, I did go in there and modeled in cross bridge support on it. I also tweaked the angles of a couple of these. Not that I thought I wanted to see if it would print, how it would impact the print. So yeah, that's the accent color, and then the main color is Polymaker Jet Black ASA. And we've got a lot of areas we can clean up the ABS stress marks. V0 ready just in case. Well, these won't fit on the V0, but no, it's not ready. I did not print. I generally, Rafa, don't use brims on any prints. And I definitely don't start with that. I only put a brim on if I am having trouble, but none of these parts were printed with a brim. These are exactly as pretty much as they came off the printer. Now this one did end up a little close to the build plate, so I took my X-Acto knife and used it as a scraper and just went around the corners to clean that up. But what are the print settings? How beefy are those parts? These were set up so that it would have 2.4 millimeter walls. So I'm using a 0.4 nozzle. So that is 8 walls. And then I think it was 12 top and bottom layers. Is that correct? I think I skimped on that just a little bit because it was a lot. Print settings, cross bridge supports. There's a question on cross bridge supports. Let's see if I can find a good example that we can talk about that. Something that's going to show it well. Here, maybe we can see it in there. You see in there where we have a bridge that goes across on either side of the hole. And then one layer up, there's a bridge that goes across this way. So then that circle is supported at 4 points. So this is a part that I modified for printability. there was a fillet facing the build surface. So I changed it to a sham fillet. Chamfer, a chamfer, and then a fillet to round it off. And the print turned out pretty good. Slightly less critical to walls because you have machined key components. Okay. Okay. I don't know if that's the technical term for that, Andrew. I've been calling it cross bridge. Need to decline that. Shamlets. There we go. A shillet. Chillet. Does not like fillets touching the build plate. I do not. The other area. Okay, so we'll go right here. I think the only other major area is this part. This groove in the bottom here was a fillet. This was a real pain to fix because the way Fusion wasn't able to clean up that those features when I tried deleting them. So I just remodeled this channel. And then I did you can see in there, the little cross bridge, and then modified these for the heat set size, and that's it. This is a good opportunity. This is ABS. These white marks are stress marks from popping off the build plate. You can use a heat gun. You can use a build plate turned up to 100, 110C and just set it on there for a while. A flame takes care of it also. You don't want to hold that on there for any amount of time, but it gets right away. This is definitely the quickest way, but thin parts that will melt real quick. So we'll probably do that because that's just the quickest. If we took something like this and heat gun, which I have right here, you can see that it's not all that much slower. But it is a bit slower. See? There we go. Okay. I found everything to print okay except for the bridging and the holes, which is hard to clean up. Yeah, so the LDO parts already have the sacrificial bridges removed. I will, like I said, once I know the thing, I didn't screw anything up, I will share everything I did with the team, and they can choose whether they implement any of that or not. It's fine. These are not project breaking things that I've changed. These are just my own preference. So it's been a while. Hey, Dominic. The garage made a lot of progress, I would say. Yeah. Apex Peppers. I was able to score my giveaway roll. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, we all know that's really from being impatient. Happens to me all the time. So if we go through here now, we're gonna have to grab a bunch of parts. Hey, Ruth. We have an XY plate. This is a machined plate that comes in the kit, and it is not a mirrored part, so we need to make sure that we have this in the correct orientation. Brent, I have no idea if LDO is planning on different color frames. Dave might have a little better insight or not. So we're gonna need that. We're gonna need some rails. Okay, so we need rails and stuff. Now there is a this is where we're almost immediately gonna deviate from the manual. Hey, Lester. Dave is saying depends on volumes, and that is true with a lot of the LDO stuff. Demand dictates the what they produce and make available. Hey, Brian. Okay, I think I'm going to unbox stuff. Let's unbox. I did not accidentally show anything good. We have some kit serial number plate, or LDO serial number plate, bomb, packing. We'll go through, I guess, here in some very minor way, or very skimming the content so we can get into the build. So, hey, Frank. P101, that is Fusion Filaments Dwarf, or Red Dwarf. Hey, Tiger. Okay, so I'm going to organize over here. So there are extrusion slot covers that LDO includes. These work fine. I don't know that there's going to be enough because I want to fill just about every exposed slot. Hey, there we go. Grant just sent his viewers over. Thank you, Grant, if you're around. We got a little YouTube raid in here. LDO includes extrusion covers. I don't know yet how much coverage these have. I have been using the OpenBuilds extrusion slot covers for a very long time. They are very similar to these, but I think they fit into the slots a little better. These are designed for the V-slot extrusions, but they work great in the LDO extrusions. So I bought 10 1-meter sticks of this so I could be sure to have enough to cover. I did sign up for an affiliate link program with them. There is a link at the bottom of my description. So if you do want any of those slot covers or the stuff from OpenBuilds, there is a link there. Hey, Grant, thank you. Welcome. Not packed quite as tightly as Cocoa Press. Someone needs some more practice playing Tetris. This did have a hardware box in here. A lot of this has been shifted around by me already. I got a roll of some rubber extrusion slot covers. Love them from Amazon. Any of those rubberized ones are silicone. And once you've used these OpenBuild ones, you'll not want to touch those again, honestly. That's my experience. So, the extra stuff. This little bag of stuff is a separate purchase by me, and I'll go into it a little more and again as we go into the build. I have a severe distaste for fasteners that attach to lead screws with set screws driven into the lead screw because it deforms it and makes it difficult to remove through a lead screw nut later. So I purchased off of Amazon the clamping style, and I will be using these. There is one spot in the build where I won't be able to get away with that. It's the Z pulley on top, but that's on one side, so I'm gonna just live with it. But I'm not a fan of driving set screws into lead screws where it can be avoided. So I purchased these. I was told by LDO that they're probably gonna move to that style. They hadn't thought of that before I gave that input. Super easy to get length cut correct, so because they compress a bit. You're talking about the silicone ones. Okay, a couple tools, 17 and 19 millimeter wrench. What do we have in here? We have E-stop switch. We got a power inlet. I'm not going to go into this in detail. I'm just going to set this aside as the electronics box. Interested in why you like the OpenBuild slot covers more than the flexible ones. I have used both, and for me they are cheaper, easier to fit, and seem to cover just as well. The silicone ones stick up. The open build ones are flush. I like the feel of them. They wipe off better. Silicone tends to stick things over time. Dust kind of sticks to it. My experience with those is based on the stuff that came in the Creality kit. I've never bought it separately because I discovered this stuff quite a while ago. This is the VFD controller. So, hey, Mr. Jotty D. Hey, IFCO. Yep. There. It's just. Wow, that's interesting. What do we got going on here? Why is that? Is that for the spindle? Interesting. Long John kit. So this is basically a Z offset probe. There it is. The printed part for it in there somewhere. See if you have those modified STLs. I'm not releasing any of the STLs that I modified until after I've built with them. So, wire it for your country plug. It's the wrong type of plug though for 220 here. So I'll have to investigate what that is for. Okay, Long John kit, which like I said is like the tool offset probe. Safety glasses. This is very tied up. There we go. Just some run-of-the-mill safety glasses. We will definitely try to practice proper PPE utilization. Norgora, you had the question below about the controller. It is a Fly CDY6 version 3.0. Stuff for that. It is a long and narrow controller, but it does support rep firmware. Hey, Daniel. This is the box we're after here. This thing can chomp through your squishy bits. Yep. This will eat right through the soft bleedy bits. I'm also considering modifying a secondhand Siege X2 style machine to CNC. No safety squints. Safety squints are not fast enough. Not fast enough for this, not fast enough for lasers. Safety squints are not fast enough. Nurgle, I think we discussed this in another group. We should be fine for the 220 that I have. Stepper motors. So NEMA 23s. Are these all the same? I guess I can look. I believe they are all the same. 3 of the same. Yep. Okay. This is a little wider than the raceway channels that the other LDO kits, the Voron kits come with, but it is the same type stuff. Some of that for some wire management. So this is what we're giving away today, is CNC starter kit. It's right there. And we're not giving away a whole kit. We're giving away a CNC starter kit. We're going to give away one of these every stream that we do for this build. So this includes a selection of end mills. Looks like a pretty decent little selection, including a chamfering mill. Chamfers are awesome. Some shim stock. Pretty good selection of things. Inheritance machining would be very interested in this, right? If you haven't watched that channel, that is an awesome, I just discovered it not too long ago, and I binge watched like, I don't know how many hours of of his content, but it's very, very, very relaxed. Very, I like the humor, the kind of subtle, or not subtle, but easy humor. What type of connector on those steppers? These are a wide XH usually. I think these are, are they XH? They're like 12 pin XH and every other one is populated. Maybe it's 11 pin. It'd be 11 pin. Here, if anybody wants to pause that and get the, it looks like it's 2.8 amp, but the specs, I don't know the specific. Someone was asking about torque values. Maybe Dave can rattle off something. So 1, 2, 3 blocks, a couple of 10 millimeter reference dowel pins, dial test indicator, and a magnetic stand. So these are going to be super handy for building this. Not from the top of my head. Oh, come on. You should know that. Okay, let's put this away. So this is the box that is in the giveaway today. This box right here. Jason, welcome. Everybody say hi, Jason. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Enjoy the weekend building for Milo. LDO is backing from Holiday, and we'll input our energy more into Milo production soon. Awesome. They are Imperial. Yep. The 1, 2, 3 blocks are 1 inch by 2 inch by 3 inch. How much is this whole kit? The US kits are right around the $1,000 mark. The EU ones are a little more because they include the spindle. And I won't even, the regional currencies and stuff, I don't know. But I'm having trouble finding the link to sign up for the giveaway. It's right below the Filament Used. Filament Used link. Polymaker filament giveaway and LDO CNC starter set giveaway. Okay. We got a cable kit. So this is going to be wires and power and electronics and end stops and spindle connection, that kind of stuff. This is that stepper connection. I think that's XH, right? I think so. I think I remember that from working on the Phoenix. Waiting on CNC for ants. Do they have an option for a 220 volt spindle? So that's the default right now. If you're in the EU, there is not, it would be vendor specific if an option is supplied at this point with the US vendors. About the frame body color, I think we'll stick with classic black since CNC is easy to get dirty on bright colors. We have no schedule for other colors so far. It's JST XG. Interesting. Oh, XH, okay. Morn Sun Power Supply. This is the brand that LDO has been going to. It is a good brand. You can buy these on DigiKey. You can buy them on Mauser. Those are the US typical stores for electronics. And then the spindle. This guy is a heavy, solid. Heavy and solid. I have not pulled it apart to confirm that it's grounded on the inside, but I've been told they are. It has an ER16 collet, and it apparently has the better bearing setup than some of the inexpensive spindles out there. Okay, and then we got the machine plates. So this is the box we really were after. So that can go away. More boxes I can throw away, the better. Angular contact bearing should last long. Yes, thank you. That's the term I was missing. It is air cooled. Correct. New Model Workshop. It is not water cooled. It is air cooled. I'm gonna make Pringles or Lay's chips. What is the speed range? I don't know. Is it listed on there? What is the speed range on these? I'm not gonna look right now. We'll figure it out. Okay, machined plates. There we go. 10,000, 24,000. Ooh. What is that? We call this. What is this? What is this referred to as? This is the fixture plate. Can't run below 10,000 effectively because it's air cooled. And the fan is tied directly to the spindle. Yeah. Fixated plate. But there's different, what was the, something about breakfast or cereal? Continental breakfast version. There we go. Very nice. Okay, I think I can just set this on here. Just try to keep it from falling off. There we go. So I'm assuming it will not come with a VFD either in the US. Correct. Those are tapped, yes. Yes, they are all tapped. All right, this is the guy that we are looking for right now. So typical blasted and anodized LDO look. This is the best balance of options. Yep. Oh, and that one of these, I think that's the XY plate and this is the Z plate. Then same type thing. Is that the only things in here? Yep. Nice big old chunk of cut out cardboard to protect them. I think. Should I just leave that in here? Fixated actually a full set of projects, but we haven't released the rest yet. That'll be interesting to see. Set that over there. Okay, then we have, I think we're gonna start with this. Nice, well-finished, sturdy plates. Yeah. Sure, I don't get a bunch of crap on here that's going to get in between things that we're going to bolt to it. Those plates look really good. Fixable plates. Yeah. And we're going to need a couple of printed parts and some heat sets. And there's Y. So this is the lead screw nut setup for Y. And then this is the one for X. Is that the main things I need right now? I guess I'll pull out the bearing block and the stepper mount for Y. Suggestion, add one of those aprons has behind him to every kit. There we go. And do a quick. Okay. There is a deviation It is Pinky in the Brain. Yes, we're taking over the world one small CNC machine at a time. There is a deviation. How much filament in kilograms did you use for the printed parts? That's a good question. I had a couple of failures. I think I'm on a little over a kilogram of black and less than a kilogram of accent. About 3 kilograms. Oh, I haven't printed the weight thing, maybe it's a little more of that than black. Let me bring up these instructions. Ray's instructions are in Discord. So Ray's method of assembling X and Y. How do I actually go to that instead of bringing it up on the side? Open in full view. There we are. So, and then let me bring this over. I'll probably just do some screenshots and bring this up, I think. So, I think the idea here, so this is Ray's. Did you upscale your printed parts to print an ABS ASA? I did not. I did not. But let me pull up this little starting bit of instructions. So, because it's in Discord and I don't want to share my Discord screen, I'm going to just take screenshots of what we are going to be doing. So, I didn't hear what type of filament you were using for the printed parts. Fusion Filaments, Red Dwarf ABS for the accent, and then Polymaker Jet Black ASA for the main. Okay, so this method has us attaching the lead screw nuts first. And there's talking about aligning these in a correct orientation for which side is the way the anti-backlash on the lead screws work is they take 2 lead screw nuts and fix one side. Here, we've got a box we didn't cover, and this is hardware, but we dig in here for the lead screw nuts. What we're doing is we take 2 of these, and you take your mount here. One side, I don't know which at this point, gets fixed and tightened. The other side goes in and then gets close to tight, but then you tune the tension on this side to where the lead screw doesn't have any play. So we are going to need to put heat sets in these though. So let's go ahead and do that. These are M3 heat sets, so I'll get my press ready. Get that out of the way. And that, sorry. We are, okay. So something I forgot to mention that's very important, is we do the giveaways for the CNC starter set and the Polymaker filament at the 3-hour mark, which is 2 hours from now. We have 462 people here, and we try to hit 300 likes by that 3-hour mark. Now, when we get closer, we're going to bump that to 400. But if you haven't hit like, we're on a long streak of hitting 300 likes. Okay, so heat set inserts. And I've got a little bin here. And these are, there's not information here. So I think we're gonna probably bounce back and forth in the documentation. What size heat sets are used for the blocks? It's the longer ones. So there's, as far as the heat set sizing, there are M2.5s, there are short M3s, there are long M3s, and then there's M5s. So we're going to use the long M3s for these. I'm going to be going to 500 or 600 today, I think. Well, we're approaching 500 people already, so that's possible. Is that heat press open source? It is the VLMP by Vector 3D. I don't believe it is open source. You can get it in the US, I believe, from West 3D. You can get it directly from Vector 3D. He is located in the UK. I like it. I like to use it. I think it's handy. We're gonna be able, yep, we'll be able to get that under there. I am using a Pinsel with a custom mount that I modeled. Short ones are in the cable chain holders, yep. And let me heat it up. So the Pinsel makes this pretty nice. Hey, Frank. And Adam is a good guy, absolutely. I finally had an opportunity to meet Adam in person at the San J. Mortimer Rep Festival. I was very happy to do that. What do I have for a... I know what I'm going to use. So I was just looking for something. What can I use to make sure that these heat sets are in flush? I'm going to use one of these. It'll fit right in there. Just press that in. Those poor duckies just laying right under your soldering station. Oh, I've got, yeah. I need to straighten up a little bit. There we go. Yeah, there are other options out there. The stealth press is out there. I'm gonna sit. Oh. 1, 2, 3 blocks absolutely work unless you've got a recessed surface here. So I was looking for something of the proper size that won't burn me, that I can use, and that is perfect. This has already went to sleep. I haven't changed that. So then we can ensure that we're going to press this in evenly. I can go here, just hold that. Make sure that holds down. Someone smart ping him. I could have my very own. I don't even know how many of those I have. I filled up some container. Press the lead screw into the nut as you would when assembling. Lead screw into the nut as you would when assembling. This ensures any plastic that bulges. Is that what you're talking about here? Do it the other way up. Why? What do you mean? The other way up? Press. Oh, it doesn't matter. I just need a flat surface. It's fine. All right. What specific plans or ideas do you have in mind for using the Milo? Has a little bulge inside the groove from the insert. It's a flat surface. It fits all the way in. There's nothing stopping it from pushing on the heat set. That's in there. Yeah. Try fitting it now. Oh, I see what you're talking about. I see. Now I get it. Now I get it. I didn't understand. So let me explain, because now I get it. When you put in a heat set insert, there is some plastic bulge, especially on a thin wall like that. The idea would be to have pressed this in, and it's going in okay. So I think we're okay. It did take a little bit of force, but when it was still hot, if I had used the long side of the lead screw nut, it would have pushed that plastic out of the way a little better. I get it. The hole can be reamed when done as well. I don't know that I have a reamer that large. What size is this? Is that 10 millimeters? It is 10 millimeters. So I do have a reamer that size. Okay. As long as it's still warm, you can deform the plastic. Yep. But it wasn't by the time I did that. It just took a little more force. Trying to do this without getting you just getting a view of just the back of my hand. Put that in there. I'm going to push kind of to the side. A cheap reamer set. Funny how I know that. Yeah, I You mean tell me you've had a chair this whole time? I do have a chair. It's a nice chair too, because I can go whoop, whoop. I can sit up here or I don't have a reamer that size yet. No, I do have a 10 millimeter. I wasn't expecting that to be, I thought it was a little larger than 10 millimeters. I've already seen myself getting burned 3 times watching this. One of the changes here, these parts are the mounting holes for the lead screw nuts are rotated 90 degrees. That's a change that LDO made in their parts for bridging things there. See the chair let you down. I think they did that for wrench access to them, and I just went ahead with that. I don't know if that is, there we go. There we go. I had a little bit of filament bridging there that caused that one to be tough to go in. Anyway, I don't know how much of a difference that makes, but it seemed like a reasonable change, so I did it on my versions as well. Does the chair support you going into Uri mode? For access when adjusting the nuts, yeah. It helps quite a lot. Okay. It will be coming to main parts repo. That is encouraging. Looking for something a little safer than the end of an X-Acto knife to push this out, and that's not long enough. What do I have that's long enough to push that out? Let's use the end of long boy here. I think. There we go. Hey, Rhythm. This sign is being built. Question all, where did you learn to CAD? Use the lead screw? That's a good call, Bill. But I don't know where they are. Oh, they're in the other box. Actually, I still have these from the Prusa build. I'll use that. Someone had asked before, and I failed to finish answering. what are my plans for this machine once it's done. So my immediate thought on for this build is, or the thing that came to mind is I want to build Squirrel Brain's Tic Tac printer, which is basically a mini rat rig V minion, and it has a few custom machined pieces that will fit within the build volume of this machine. So that will be my project that it's going to be used for. Beyond that, it's just general things. I've been wanting to build a Tic Tac for a very long time. I met Squirrel Brain at Smurf, and that will end up being on the list. On the heated inserts, LDO includes 2 different M3 sizes, long and short. Yep, I showed those. And we use long for the lead screw nuts. Oh, and there's a couple of M5 heat sets that go in this one. So how do I turn this off? I'll just unplug it, let it cool down for a second. Hey Luke, welcome. Calorie printer. I learned from a Danish guy on YouTube, old videos, but a good start. Let me see, I have my M5. What is this? M5. M5's tip for my press here. Just gotta let it cool down a little bit. Tic Tac is a 120 build V minion based printer. If you go and search for Tic Tac, TICTAC on printables, you'll find it. That is a good point, Dave. Switching inserts is going to take a little bit of time out of this. So let me do all of the M5s. Is that gonna come out? Ooh, hot. It's a little too hot still. I'm at Squirrel Brain at Smurf. I'm gonna switch out to the M5. I'm gonna do all the M5s and I'll switch back to the M3. I'm using the soft part of those pliers, by the way. There we go. Can I get it on and tight before it gets hot? Yep, awesome. It is not, I mean, I didn't burn myself. It was well on its way down. It's at 70°C right now. So it is not hot. Okay, what, I mean, it's uncomfortable in the fingers, but it's not burn yourself hot. What parts am I gonna need M5s? So let's turn this on. This is actually the first non-M3 heat sets I've put in with this. I think it's a great idea to just go through and do a bunch of heat sets though. Should figure out a way to get the Rancher to Rocky Mountain so we can race. To make a new insert tool for the M2.5 insets. I think I have an M2.5 in this. At least an M2. Just this one. This one's probably M4. M2 I think will still be fine. I believe the one close to me is around $50 per month. Oh, at a place. It's already. Take a little longer to heat up. The Z, X, and Y block, the spindle base have M5 inserts. Go a little hotter for M5, yeah. Let's go up to 250. It's going in okay. Adam has a VLMP Pro now. Hey, Brian. Hey, nice. Hey, game. The brass nuts for the lead screws will last. Should last a while. What kind of durability testing do you think, Dave, on the lead screw nuts? The motor mounts have M5 inserts. So just steady pressure here. It's sinking in. There are a lot more M5s here than any other insert. They'll last. Brass on stainless, has awesome sliding properties. I made progress on Phoenix last night. I did a bunch of wiring. It was a big boon to that, to actually get something done. Made a note of the start time and I still missed it. You didn't miss a whole lot. We're just getting into the assembly. Did a lot of talking about the project and talking about yeah, miles of wire. What do folks, what temperature, anybody know what temperature they use for M5 heat sets? I'm at 250C right now. I'm surprised the Fat Rig printed before the Phoenix. I definitely had a hard time getting out here because the garage was a mess. I had to have a solid block of time to dedicate to, because I'm filming it. I didn't want to just come out here and film 20 minutes at a time. Did you find the noise on the motor? I haven't looked. That one is interestingly, there we go. I haven't looked to find the noise on the RC car motor. I would use 500 degrees. 500 degrees Celsius? We saw you duck out of narrow stream to work on, yeah. And I did an hour and a half of wiring and it's looking pretty good, I think. Shed is built. Yep. That is why I've finally gotten this area clean enough, not as cluttered, to feel like I can do it. Oh, Fahrenheit. What is 500 Fahrenheit in Celsius? Because this is in Celsius. Okay, these two. Is there anything on here? No. Is there anything on here? These go in from the back, right? There's heat sets that go in here. Let's see if we can find out. Y-axis. Those. If we scroll down here, we should find. Yep, heat sets in there. Okay. Around 235C. Yeah, and I'm running 250 right now. Hey, little lantern. I run inserts at 285C. I run M3s. I've been running them at 220, 230. There we go. Good enough. What am I going to use to hold this? Ah, that works. Use the end of my tweezers. They'll fit into the spot. The tweezers are nice and rounded at the end too, so I think they'll work really well for this. These are not critical that they be flat, or it's critical that they be straight, perpendicular to the, or in line with the bolt, but it's not critical that they be clean on this side because the bolt's coming through from this side. Take your time to get up to temp. Yep. There's a bit of mass here. There we go. My Weller is all in Fahrenheit, so, but this Pencil is just default. I haven't done any customizing of settings on this Pencil. Two of those done. There we go. Jaeger. I have a cheap Amazon iron and it goes to 8. If you get the slightly less cheap one, it might go to 11. This is what I like about these presses. I can just let go, it gets out of the way, and I can do things like this, like hold the my Weller and pace are all in Fahrenheit, yeah. But it cannot run Clipper. This is just an STM chip in these, aren't they? Can it? Strap a pie to the side. It'll be fine. And he talks about auto tool changers for Milo. I've seen people suggest things, but there's not a lot of room to do that. Okay, so that one. What else? Is there any on the Z? No. Let me put let me put Discord into streaming mode. Because I think where is that? Why isn't it in streaming mode? Where is... I thought that was right there. Where's the streaming mode tab? And it usually comes up and asks me if I want to be in it. Because I'm getting notifications and I want those to come through. Nice, thanks for the gifted memberships. Where is streaming mode? voice and video. It usually pops up, notifications, maybe it's there. Oh, there it is. There's a whole little thing that says streaming mode. Okay, now, found it. Okay, what's another piece that needs, I believe these probably need M5s. This is a changed part. So I believe, I could be confusing it with another one. I think the inserts did come in from this side, but the stepper mounts on this side. So I moved the inserts to the other side. I saw that mentioned on, I think it's 3D Maker Noobs, Joe's stream. So let me get rid of the... And it is very easy to overheat with a torch. I saw a glossy spot that I got too close. You see that right there? I got too close right there. I'm gonna grab a 1, 2, 3 block so I can space this up off the, because there's a piece here that is keeps the chain from moving in the wrong area. So there. More of these. Let's get that moving. No longer a member, but still trying to support everyone. Well, thank you. What torch are you using? Something I bought off Amazon that I have no idea what the brand is, but it looked reasonable. There's no, it's aesthetics. And this is bolted against parts that you'll never see it. It's just, if it's there, I wanted to do it. Will there be enclosure kits available? I believe that's in the plan, but I don't know. Hey, Nappin. We are taking the time right now to do all the heat sets, or most of them, so we don't have to take it later. Yes, a little bit of OCD. OCP, come on, it's OCP. It's a personality, not a disorder. Disorder sounds... OCP sounds better. Hey, Jermaine. Oh yeah, we need more likes. We're at 271. We're at almost 500 people here. We should be able to hit 400 before giveaway time. I'm calling it. Before we even hit 300, I'm changing the goal to 400. And we'll probably, I'm suspecting, we have a lot of new people here. So if you just like chill build streams, subscribe. Excessive compulsive procrastination. Yeah, that too. This soldering iron contraption is, I like. Mad Cat, they're in the description. I always put them in the description when there's more than one. If it's just filament, then it goes in the pin post. So, and you might have to refresh because I paste those links after the, or shortly before stream starts. So I edit the description. So you will need to refresh if you've been here since before that for the giveaway links to show up. Okay, there's that. What else? Can anybody tell me a quick... I think each of the TPU feet get one, right? I don't think I've ever put heat sets into TPU. TPU feet get them, and these guys get them, which is going to be, how do I... Yeah. Those will be interesting to put in. Put those in. There's none there. There are none there. Are those M5s into the side here? Doo-doo-doo. Yeah, looks like it. Okay. There's a couple there. Milo enclosure, it's called Project Casa. Got a couple in the Z here. There. One of those. I think that's about it. There's those parts there. So we're almost done with M5 heat sets. There's a CNC starter kit for sale at LDO as well. They will be selling it, and that's one of the reasons they've provided it in the giveaway today, is because the plan is to sell that separate. So let's get more of these done. Let's wake this up. It wakes up by just very little movement, and it's already heated back up to the temperature. The pencil is nice. I'm glad I did it for this. It would require a bit less power on the soldering iron. Time to do my own heat set tango with micron parts. Have fun. Hey, miss. It is going. I am doing the thrilling job, highly entertaining job of putting in a bunch of heat sets. Justin, thanks for being a member. Roller, thanks for gifting memberships. Went through that phase and finally sold all but 7 guitars. Finally used for all the 2020 I got. You could be soldering sequin LEDs. That sounds tedious. Hey, Stuart. We're at 300 likes, still almost 500 people. I feel like those can go in a little more. A little extra bulge there. Let's try a TPU foot. Oh. Well then. I might have to reprint those, because that just went right on in. That just went right on in. So I'll save those. I mean, I could melt that in, but I think it'd be better to just reprint it. That just went right on in. See? Didn't actually look at those. I don't know if that's print settings or if that's whole size. So we'll set those aside and do those. We won't need those for a good while. This one's awkward because I have to hold it. So that's why my hand's just going to be in the way, because it feels like I'm not going to be able to avoid that. Anyway. You won't need them until the end of next stream, I'd guess. Yeah. Well, I mean, or the next. Let's see. Those feet didn't take much. I printed them on the Mark IV in the Polymaker. What is the regular? Their regular 85 or 90 TPU. I tried printing the Coex 60A TPU, if anybody's seen that. I tried printing that on the Mark IV, and I think way too fast, and it just bundled right up in the extruder. It did not go long. I tried printing the tires for the Sakura 240 build in it. The day before the press, we had to hold both the iron and the part. Well, I'm basically holding the iron. I'm just putting pressure. If this was any more difficult, I'd figure out a different jig setup to get that in, but that's just on the edge of, might as well just get it done. One more of these, and then just a couple more, and I think we'll be done. How hot, dude? This is 250C right now. Okay. 1, 2, 3 block and a clamp. I mean, this, like I said, if it was any more inconvenient and there were more of them, I'd figure out another way, but now we're done. Ooh, well, that's fun. Definitely squeezed out. I'm not sure that one, what I'm guessing is that the holes for these aren't 10 millimeters or whatever, and it's pushing the last bit. So I'll have to clean those up. I'll have to clean those up in order to get a bolt through there. That's a next stream problem. Put another bracket of work to hold it level. I don't know. I'm done. TPU is easy to print. It gets more difficult the softer it is, basically. How do I clean them out? I will probably try the reamer if there's enough space. I don't want to use a drill because a drill will very easily catch the brass in the insert. And if you're not really careful with the control, you'll drill right through the brass insert. Using the same part to create a square, there isn't quite enough tension or friction between them. So I have a pencil. Hey, Abel. think that's done. So let's pull that out. Let that cool down. Actually, take it back. That one I don't feel is in far enough. I need that to be flush there, and that one's not flush. Looked like it might have been. It's not. It's worth redoing. Okay. Let's go back here. I wanted to try TPU for rubber feed on electronic enclosures. The typical Ninja Flex, Polymakers 80 or 90 or whatever it is, those aren't too bad to print with. I printed, so does anybody know the OpenRC tractor? The big rear tires, they're huge. I printed those with, it wasn't Ninja Flex, it was SaneSmart TPU, which is a little stronger. I printed those in a Bowden tube on my CR10. You just had to go slow. Coda Clutch, thanks for becoming a member. Okay, so this Y block has M2.5 heat sets into it. So while we're waiting for that to cool down, we don't have to use the heat set press for all of these. I can pull out the Weller and do those, since there's not very many of them. Grab the M2 tip, turn this down. I usually run this around 450. Turn that on. 2.5s that go into here. Ironically, I'm working on John Deere remix of OpenRC tractor right now. Nice. That has been probably 5 or 6 years ago since I printed that. I don't remember what speed I printed it on. That fell right through. Let's check something. Did I screw up that? I may have screwed that up. I did screw that up. See? This is why I didn't want to release files until I figured out if I screwed something up. I screwed that up. I'm gonna open Fusion 360 and we're gonna check. I may have to I know I'm gonna need to reprint this part. I'll screen share here in a second when I get to the spot. Here we are. So we're in Fusion. Now I know that I changed that part, but let's open up the original CAD and see what that looks like. I did. I think I was going through and resizing for inserts and I didn't realize those were M2.5s. So we are going to open up the thing. We will continue the build, but I will, between streams, reprint this and swap it out. I think is the plan, is to fix it, reprint it, and swap it out between streams. These parts are printed in between my Trident and my 2.4. The M2 and M3 should have the same OD for the insert. That's not true. Not for the LDO kit. So let me grab a M3 and an M2.5. There is a significant difference. Holy glitchy. What in the world? Oh, that was because Fusion was opening. That's significantly different. These have an OD in that area of about 4 millimeters. About 4 millimeters. So if we go into the CAD here, and this guy right here, let's find this in the browser and isolate that. Now, if we turn that off, and we look in here, what this hole diameter is, it's 4 millimeters. This would be on the edge of what I would say it might have worked, because when you print it, it's going to measure a little less than 4 millimeters, an inside diameter hole like that. The LDO version of this part, I bet, is correct, Dave. Like I said, I changed this part because of these fillets here. These fillets facing the build surface, I was not expecting to print well. So I deleted a bunch of geometry and recreated it to get rid of those. So the LDO version, I don't believe did that even. We can check. We can go to the printed parts guide and let's download it. Here, let's just go to any of their files for this. Let's go to STLs and go to the main and the Y-axis, and that is the bearings block. So let's look at the bearing block. And I think if you zoom in here, they have fillets against the surface as well. Now, those look awfully large. That might still be an issue. Let's download this. Let's download this and look at it. Let's go here. So if we do that, and then if I go into Fusion or Prusa Slicer, this is me printing my license plate earlier. But let's open up that Milo part, and we can use the measure tool in here and see what these are. Oops. Here we go. Let me zoom in. Select this, measure. Is it going to give me let's just go here to, oh, that's not what I wanted. Restart selection. Go there to, come on. Let's just do there. Is that correct? See if I can get a better view at this. Measure that to, come on, give me a point here. Yeah, that's 4 millimeters. So they didn't change that either. So the question about problems with the fillets. So let's go in here. I had changed all this for, let me just revert all these changes for that 0.25 nozzle. Just go in and change everything back. I don't think any of this matters, but I'm going to revert all of this. If we go in here and we slice this now, so this is at 0.2 millimeter layer heights, and you look at feature type, you see these blue lines. This is an overhang that's not supported. This is an overhang that's not supported. So that will, you will see that in your print quality. I do not have any of the CNC Kitchen ones. I do not. These are the only 2.5 millimeter heat sets I have. You think release kits have OD of 4.6? So that's why I changed this part. If you look at, if we go into Fusion and where is this? Y bearing block. Here it is. Y bearing block here. You see those. These are minor print quality changes, but if you see that's a 45 or less on all of those build plate facing surfaces. I also did for this surface here, I just made that a chamfer. That will still index the bearing just fine. LDO did some cross bridge stuff there, but I think a chamfer in that is an acceptable solution for that. And then I did big cross bridge here. So these are quality of life. This is not required. This is things that I did. And then the other big thing I did on this part is I changed these diameters to 22.2 instead of 22.4. And I determined that I did a bunch of test prints on this filament first, and then I did a couple on the black filament to check my bearing fit. And this is what that chamfer inside also. So. I will end up correcting this and reprinting it. We will not put those inserts in right now. I'll just swap it out. It's not a big deal. So I'm gonna leave that open in case we need it. And then we're back here. So the LDO, if those inserts changed from LDO for the kits that went out, then this part may be fine. But for the heat set inserts that I got, I'm gonna go in and change those too. So, where were we? So this is inserts into the Y bearing block, then bearings go in there. Let's switch back now to this. So this is now we're at the point where we can put these on, and I need to figure out what fasteners we're gonna use. Thanks, Kyle. I will confirm now, I got the small ones in the alpha kits too, but it was on the list to fix, okay. I go back here, I need to figure out what size bolts hold this stuff in. So these are M3x8s that hold these in. So let's go ahead and do that. Yeah. So we're gonna I'm gonna ream these just so I know I've got a pretty decent hole there, I think. Find my 10mm reamer. Is that guy? No. I think the 10mm is in here. And I'm guessing I'm gonna be able to do this just by hand. That's an 8mm. There's 10. So, reamer. Oh yeah. So that. Just make sure this goes. Oh, I didn't put the heat. Oh, that's cooling down. Okay. And that's the Z. So I won't need that one for a bit. So then all of these so it's just the bearing, the lead screw nut is just over 10mm. If the reamer wasn't even really cutting anything. So we're gonna put these in lined up and then in 3x8. Have a good nap, Andrew. I could use a nap. I'm not going to tighten these all the way. I don't know which side I'm going to want to tighten and which side I'm going to want to adjust backlash on. So this is just kind of putting things together. Hey, Max. What are your thoughts on brass versus palm nuts? For this purpose, I think brass is going to be better. What's that? Okay. Make sure the lead screw nuts are indexed with the lead screw before tightening those. Yes. They're not, I'm not tightening them, I'm just entering them. And I guess it's possible that I may need to rotate these to get it closer. It might be. Hey, Aaron. That's a good reminder there. Tuxedo, thank you. I want a Milo, but a tad over my budget. It's interesting how one side of these is tighter than another. McDonald, thanks for the gift of memberships. Best to do a test fit with lead screw now. I will do that now then. It's opening up the other box. I will do that now. Although, finish putting in the screw that I may have to remove. It's interesting. Okay. Lead screws. Now, went right on through. Now, the question is, because I'm really close on these, it went right on through, but do I need to be backed out an extra quarter of a turn? Because these are 4-start, correct, right? These are 4-start, I believe. I may actually want these to be backed out, so I actually have enough room to tighten them. And yeah, Loctite would be a good idea on these. Which side is the fixed one? So let's just do that. Which side is the fixed one? See if we can figure that out from the X and Y backlash nuts. Insert the M3 and M5 heat sets into the, fasten the lead screw nut loosely on either side. Insert the M3 and M5 heat set inserts into the, fasten the lead screw nuts loosely on either side. Which one is the fixed version? Okay, let's see. What is the orientation of the plate? Is that shown here? So this guy here, the top, that is that. Okay, so that is the direction that the screen, that other screen was at right now. So that is the plate orientation. That makes sense. Is rotation distance the same for 1, 2, 4-start lead screws if they're all T8? No. So T8 is the diameter. The lead is, it's 2 millimeter pitch. The lead is number of starts times 2. So a single start is a 2 millimeter lead. So your rotation distance would be 2 millimeters. It's 2, 4, and 8 are the common sizes for those. So what happens here, a little lesson here. So if you look at the end of that, if I can get it to focus at the right spot. Come on, there we are. It's going to be kind of hard to see, but there are 4 threads that start there. Each one of these is 2 millimeters apart, but because you have 4 of them there, when you turn this, one full, see that? I'm only turning this just a little bit and it's moving a lot. So one full turn is going to put this out 8 millimeters. I have in my area 1s and 4s that I could have shown the same thing, but hopefully that gets a little bit of an explanation on how those work. Okay, so that goes there. So it's not only the diameter and thread pitch that determine the rotation distance. For lead screws, it's the pitch and the number of starts. The pitch is always 2 millimeters on these 8 millimeter lead screws. So this one, the rotation distance is 8. So for one full rotation, it moves along the axis 8 millimeters. This is why I love the clipper rotation distance concept. It's intuitive to something you can look at in real life. It's very hard to visualize 0.004 or whatever millimeters per step of movement in the other systems. Clipper basically does the math for you. You put in something that's based on real world measurements and it does the calculation for you. Okay, for the, let's go down here. Actually, let's go here. For the x-axis, I don't think it matters which one we have as the tight side. So let's go ahead and Loctite one side. Isn't T8 lead screw a little small for a CNC? This is the design. This has been tested to work well. It is this design is always going to be a compromise between capability and cost, right? So the pitch is actually 8 millimeters, but because the thread is patterned 4 times, it measures 2 millimeters. The pit, sure. I get that. I get that. But there's 4 different threads running down there. Each 2 millimeters gives a overall pitch of 8 millimeters, sure. Okay. The fixed side, I don't think it matters on the X. So let's just grab one of these and Loctite it. Loctite it in place. So I'm using stick Loctite, blue Loctite. Super easy to use. Don't need a lot. Scrape most of it off. My preference is opposite side than motor because it's easier to tilt Milo onto motor side. Okay, so which side is that? If this is here, the motor's over there, right? And that means that this goes here, so I did the wrong side. It's okay. I won't tighten that side. To have some thread locker on there, it's not going to matter. Thanks for that tip. That's good to know. So this side I'm going to tighten down. So more starts equals higher resolution, equals less resolution. More starts is less resolution. It moves further per step than a lower pitch. Okay, so those two we're going to tighten in place, and that is done. Cannot find the stick Loctite in the local store, so I went with the liquid. Not as easy, but it works. This one has the rounded side forward. The rounded side is the one we want to adjust, so we don't have to fight with the column. So we'll adjust from the front, so I'll tighten the back on this one. I wish there was brass inserts with lock nut out of the box, so we don't need Loctite. This is the machine that will actually make me put maybe a dent in my Loctite here. You don't want to be trying to tighten backside nut on Y. Yeah. I saw that. I watched the Ray's videos this morning. And that was a tip that stuck out. Okay, so if I change out my 4-start lead screws for 2-start, the bed would be less likely to fall under its own weight when the steppers are off. Correct. That is correct. Okay, so those are tight, those are tight. This side, we want to be loose. We want it to be loose enough to where when we, let's loosen that, push this away, thread this in, and see about where we're going to want to be. Push that in just a little bit, push in a little bit until I can start it, because I want it to be close, but not. Let's see, where am I? Okay, too far out, or too far in. So let's go out a little more. Find a spot where I can actually catch some threads. Sometimes fixed sides needs to be loosened a touch. This is 4-start, but I don't know that it's symmetrical across this bolt pattern. I'm going to try rotating the lead screw nut because I don't want this to be sticking out too far. So I want to try rotating this 90 degrees and see what happens. I don't know if the pitch pattern is lined up with those. I kind of doubt it. It could be. It acts like a jam nut. Yep. Okay, now let's put one of these in. This side. Okay. That didn't appear to make any difference. There we go. Actually, it did. I don't think I've loosened it up anymore. So then this you would want to make sure that you're tightening both sides the same amount. We're not going to actually do a final adjustment here, but then like that's too much. That's too hard to turn. So then we're looking for this fine line in tension there is. And like that right there has some friction to it, but there's not any backlash. If it pops out 2 millimeters, you can take the screws out and rotate it a quarter turn. Yeah, that's what I just did. Now that is popping out quite a bit. Let's see if we can do that again and get a little. Let's try pushing this in. Can I? Can't see. That's the full. So if I push this all the way in and I just push this out, that's where it catches right there. So what if we're gonna Loctite those later. Are you? I'm gonna try one more rotation on this and see if it makes a difference. I rotated it counterclockwise last time, so I'll do it again. Loose fixed side a touch to get your extra 0.5, but I want that one to be tight. I'd rather that one be tight to the part. I don't know if it, or I want to go to 10 millimeter screws here because these are not grabbing here. I think they probably should be 10s, at least on the loose side. Let's see if this does a better job. So let's go in all the way, and then yeah, that gave me 0.5 millimeter actually. I think. I'd have to go through and check again. Remove screws and thread the nut down and back off the lineup holes. That's what I just did, right? I want one side to be tight. That's my, leave the lead screw in and rotate it to what you felt comfortable with. Let me go one more. This would be the final rotating point on this lead screw. And I'm learning here. I'm figuring this out. So this is, push that all the way in. See, if this was without turning it, that's how much threads we have going into that brass nut. I think a 10 millimeter is probably a better idea on the loose side. Give more threads into that insert. Leave the lead screw in and rotate it to what you feel comfortable with. It's so hard to tell if that's actually changing. I don't think it's actually changing. So right there is just where I'm going to leave it. I would rather have one side fixed and then tighten the other side, but I'm going to go to 10 millimeter screws on these. This is going to run rep for more. Yeah, that will be good. Then this side, let's see what this ends up doing. So this is the side that I fixed, which is away from the motor. That is with it all the way in, but we need to go out. We need to go out 2 millimeters, which is where we're at with that one too. So I think both of them are going to end up being trust me, back the fixated one out just a touch. I will trust you. What if I put a shim in there so I can still tighten it down? I will trust you because you're saying to trust you. But I really would like one of these sides to be tightened down. Pull that out. Move this in. what happens if I tighten this down now? At that point, can I get this tight enough on the other side to be good? Yes. So where I thought it might not tighten to remove the backlash, it might be there. Yeah, because that's too tight. So this did actually work. Maybe I'll try it on the other one. This side is tight. This side is embedded in there and it's too tight to turn right now, which means I should be able to back this out, turn that, and then adjust this. So I think what was going on is I was assuming that at this very close point, like right there is a good spot. I think at this very close point, I assumed I wouldn't have enough adjustment to get rid of the backlash. Okay, we learned. So let's do that on this one. So let's back this out just a little bit. Just to get it going. Hey John, how are you? Let's pull that. And this we can push in. And then we can figure out at what point are we going to. Okay, so this one is going to be different. Back that out a little more. This one might work the same as the X. Push that in. Right there's where it's, so that one's not the same as X. Ball end. Tighten that. I don't know if I gained a quarter turn or not on that. This is a common anti-backlash setup for something like CNC. I've never seen anyone do this. I think for better or worse, it seems to work well, so probably better. I think this is clever. I think this is clever. Your more typical backlash for these, and I guess this is a good question for Dave. If we go out here to, let's go to OpenBuilds, because this is a kind of a basis of this whole project is the OpenBuilds mini CNC mill. And if we look for backlash, let's just try backlash. The more typical anti-backlash nuts that I've seen in these types of machines are this. And these are these made out of Delrin? Probably. You tighten there's a screw that goes through and tightens to put pressure on the lead screw. It sounds like Stepcraft uses a similar design. Okay. Why is this? Because it's Delrin and we're worried about wear? Or what was the reasoning behind going something like this? So sprung anti-backlash nuts like you see on the Voron Zero, which by the way, I remove. I don't use those on the Voron Zero. Sprung ones are going to only have so much spring tension. And on a CNC like this, that's going to limit the amount of pressure you can put on the tool. So I don't think a sprung one is going to be an option in this at all. Hey, PJ. Issue with those is they bend when you tighten, so both sides of the lead screw not tighten the same amount. Yep, I get it. Yep. So, but I wanted to bring the question forward. Where were we? I just use a lead screw nut. I don't use an anti-backlash one on the V0. Sprung options need to be very stiff, to the point of it'd probably be very difficult to install. Okay. What size screws hold these devices in? These, okay, so M5 by 16, it looks like. You got some ideas? Okay. I'm anxious to hear. So it looks like M5 by 16s to hold these to the part. So we are going to grab 16, 2, 3. On the rest of the build, you use springs on the lead screws. On what build? There are no springs on lead screws on this build. Okay, this part goes right here. But we need to put the bottom one on first, because when we put that there, we cover up these two holes that tighten the bottom one on. I don't use any, okay, so my opinion is any lead screw that's in a vertical orientation, you don't need, for a printer. So, okay, for a printer, any lead screw that's in a vertical orientation, you shouldn't need a backlash nut. You've got gravity in your favor. In printers, you're usually moving your bed, which is a heavy part of your printer. I would not use an anti-backlash nut in any design for Z. Now, I could be absolutely open to learning situations where that's better and why, but my my thought is I would not go towards that. I don't recommend it for Trident. I don't recommend it for V0. If there's other situation where it's a good idea, it'd be interesting to hear and why. CNC differences and mill loads can, yes, you have a force in the opposite direction. You don't have that in 3D printing. So I'm not tightening that yet. On the Z axis here, you need anti-backlash in the Z because you are pressing extremely hard on a cutter into some sort of material. Okay, so this is, I'm going to grab, where is that? I'm gonna grab a square. I'm pretty sure this is a pretty reasonable square. I need to organize this stuff over here now that I can get to this toolbox. Looking for, where did I put those? Oh, there it is. I like this little wood graphic, whatever, little square that I want to go in here. See, I know I'm indexing against a printed part, but I think it'll be okay. So let's go there, hold that in place. We'll be using Fusion for CAM. That's the plan, especially since I have a full license of Fusion. Let's see how. think that's pretty good. Hey, Ben. Surely it's necessary to prevent damage to the nozzle when your part warps a bit in Z. I mean, if it's going to lift it, you'd almost rather not have a anti-backslash nut that's pushing down on the tool head then. Let's make sure that's tight. I think it's pretty square. Now, like I said, I'm indexing against a printed part, but that felt, I mean, it looks good. We'll see if I have to tweak that or not later. This part goes on here. There's a Milo compared to commercial mills. Like, it's not gonna compare to most things commercial, but you can't compare that. What's the cost of those? Free Fusion and CAM is painful. Good reason to get proficient in FreeCAD. Does FreeCAD have a CAM package? Oh, TAG is 2,500. I'm not familiar with it then, so I couldn't. Still 2.5 times the price of this, or 2 times, depending on, let's say 2 times. Cool to be able to make my own custom parts for printers. FreeCAD CAM. Okay. FreeCAD does have CAM. Does it work okay? Path workbench, but it's not very smooth. What are the free Fusion limitations on CAM? I know you don't get rapids. Let's see if I can even see that. Yeah. Okay, so if I hold that there, should be pretty close. Three-axis only. Well, that's no rapids. Something about multi-tools or something. No tool changing. But aren't there limitations in number of paths or something you can do? It's not. Does SolidWorks Maker have a CAM package? Only one up. Okay, so I'm trying to hold this here. Get these tightened. You have to export your tool past one batch of the same tool at a time. There we go. Better. I have a full license too. I pay for it. I'm going to pay more for it apparently next year because they raised the price. Half an hour until giveaway time. We have 527 people here and 354 likes. What can we do to get up to 400? I'm sure we can get to 400 likes. Aaron, thanks for being a member for almost a year. Can also see breaking tons of tools in my near future. I've broken a few 1/8" end mills on my MPCNC. I haven't broke anything on the Shapeoko yet, but I haven't used it a ton, and everything's been plastic. Dance like Max. Is this? Okay, so this is the that's set up. And then, so go back over here. What are we supposed to do? Apollo, thanks for the gifted memberships. Stream has felt fast. It has. It's been 2.5 hours already. And I don't feel like I've made much progress. So try to align the anti-backlash nuts blocks to be parallel where they should be, as misalignment causes excessive wear and you'll have to bad day. One way to make it better is to screw in the lead screw. This way you have a longer edge to compare to the XY plate. Be careful. First mount the smaller block than the big one. Fully tighten the screw of the lead screw nut on the side that you won't have access to after your build. This way you can adjust the tension on the go for that is more flat and not pointy. And then let me get the next bit of that. So let me, do you want to save? Here, let's just cancel. Let's go a new one. Let's grab that. So now fully tighten the screw of the lead screw nut for Y-axis. Secondly, mount the rails on the X-axis C-beam, align them with the provided doodad. We'll use the doodad. I think I'm gonna have to, I've used that term before, but I think it's gonna have to make a regular appearance. We have doodads and contraptions. CamBam seems to be pretty good cam tool for 2.5D. I've used, so for my MPCNC, I used, what is that? Shoot. ESTL cam. It seems to be decent. It's like every loose and adjust and tighten scenario. Ugga duggas, yep. Thingamabobs, I like doodad. Do the same for the Y-axis. Make sure that you use the Y-bearing block to align the rail ends. So this is the, mount the rails on the X-axis and then the Y-axis. Let me grab those. Gizmos and Fremitses. I don't know that one. When the thingamabob gets used. Which MPCNC? I don't have it anymore. I gave it away to one of my coworkers, and they are doing awesome stuff for, like, they've done some Pinewood Derby stuff for their kids that are just really cool. Okay, I am guessing it's these two. We have two here. One is longer than the other. I'm guessing this is X and this is Y. There is a shade difference here. This is the challenge with anodizing, that it is very hard to get exactly the same shade between batches. Arizona Cowboy, I am planning on machining parts for a Tic Tac, which is a mini Rat Rig V Minion build. Do I have 15 minutes to go grab a 6-pack? You're gonna still be here. I am going to be here. We are doing the giveaway in 25 minutes though, plus 3 seconds. And we're at 391 likes and 524 people here. We have 27 minutes to get to 450 likes. Let's go back to this. So we have all of this, and then we're going to start talking about fasten the Y-axis motor mount to the 470 millimeter C-beam. The 470 millimeter one. Did I hit the, it's not, oh, let's go here. That's 500. So this is the Y. So that's 470. This is the Y. So let me set this aside and let's get this stuff on. So fasten using M5 by 12. So this is the Y motor. It goes like this and like that. And it's 2 M5 by 12s. Doing a modified Satsuma build of this, of his, oh, nice. 25 minutes plus 3 seconds. I mean, 27 minutes, that seems a little quick there. I would say more like 30. Okay, M5 by 12s. M5 by 10 and M5 by 12s are here. Why do I have... These are gonna get Loctited as well. But I'm basically considering this test fitting. We're at 403 likes now, so we've hit that goal. So now we get 450. If we hit 500, so I'm going to do it anyway, but when we hit 500 likes, I will gift 5 memberships. That is being rough. Hey, Justin, welcome. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, well, one thing is I grabbed, that's why the M5 by 12s are weird. There's low profile head ones and then button head ones. I need to grab the correct. There's, LDO calls them wafer head, but they're low profile head screws. Those aren't used here. Just follow the no like, no win policy. We like to talk about it. I don't like to do it. Some sort of interesting hat at 500 likes. Nah, the taco hat needs to make an appearance on very rare occasions. Hey, Flying Gyro. Red River Gorge. I'm just trying to figure out the fit here. So there is some ABS shrinkage concerns here in this part. Has anybody else reported this, Dave, if you're still around? So I'm looking at this and I'm actually putting the maybe this will be easier to. But I'm looking at this and noticing that there seems to be, mine was a touch tight but went on. Yeah, there's a little bit, and I think it's shrinkage issues, but let's check the CAD. Let's check the CAD. So this is the Y motor mount. And in here, let's undo the stuff I did. Come on. Oh, no, I want the CAD here. Undo the hiding of stuff. Go over here to the motor mount. Find it in the browser. Probably got away with it because slightly larger clearance holes. And I may ream those out to make sure they're large enough. This guy here, the Y axis. Oops, I want the Y motor mount. So let's isolate that and let's measure the distance between these. Let's go between that and that is 60 millimeters, which is what we should have here. Okay, so the CAD is correct. We've got a part shrinkage thing going on. What is this? Does that go across there? Or does that go? Let's undo this stuff. Oops, I was wanting to show this. I got over, yeah, so I may clear those screws out. This goes, okay. So 2 of these go into the Z column and 2 of them go into the upper hole on this Y extrusion. This part is HH. What is HH? They weren't designed for PLA. They're generally designed for, it seems designed for exact dimensions. Let me see where we're at on, where did that go? Looking for my 5mm reamer first. So where did I put that? I had it out. I was showing someone the reamer in a previous stream, the little printed part that I put on it. Maybe I put it back over here. Yep. Okay, so I have a 5mm reamer. I don't have a 5.5mm reamer. It goes to 6 next. I could do, for this, I would probably rather do a 5.5mm drill if I wanted to. Okay, so I can get a little bit by reaming these, but probably not enough. There's no reason not to use a drill here, as you're mentioning. A drill is dangerous when you don't have a through hole because you can't control its depth as much. I don't think I have anything. We want this to be as close as possible and still work. That'll be less manual alignment we'll have to do, right? Let's see if I can get this to go in better now. Start one, just a couple of threads. Yeah, I'm gonna open those up so that fits. So I don't want to force that, because forcing this in will damage the threads in the end. And you can see I've worn off the anodizing on one side anyway already. It is a printed handle for the reamer, because the reason this is here is because I use this 5mm reamer a lot on early Voron parts, because they got redesigned for the 4.7mm hole inserts, but I still had McMaster inserts I'd bought that needed a 5mm hole. So I went around and reamed out every 4.7mm hole to 5mm so I could use those without squeezing out too much plastic. What do I have for handy drill bits that are close to 5mm? 4.6. What's 7/32? 5.12. We can try that one and see if it's enough. We can step it up. Do you have those on your printables? Do they press fit or have a grub screw or something? No, this is just something. It's just a press fit. It's just something I modeled. I don't think I even have the file anymore. I modeled it from. So we're going to try. That is removing some material. I have some metric drill bits, but the next size is 5.5mm. So we're gonna just try this. This is where those lots of perimeters print settings helps too. We're not cutting in too close to to the walls of the print. Okay, back to this. So we've clearanced that a bit. We've got a bit more room there. 5.5 is standard M5 clearance. Okay, so not tightened all the way. Let's see if we can get this in. Does anyone know how long time until giveaway? 15 minutes plus 3 seconds. That was perfect. That little 5.1 gets me in, and there's very little play there now. That went right in. You saw I didn't struggle with that at all. The drill, it measured 5.13 on my calipers, and drills produce a slightly oversized hole, correct? So that's what I'm gonna keep out for my clearancing. Okay. We're at 426 likes and 550 people. So if you haven't liked, let's get it going. Where are the bearings? I will be reprinting this piece, but I don't anticipate having any trouble getting the bearings out, so let's go ahead and work on that. So this is the other major change I made to the parts, is I made these bearing holes 22.2 instead of 22.4 millimeters. That created a slip in but no wiggle fit. It won't come out, it doesn't even move. So, okay. Oh, it shifted a little bit, but it's still a nice fit. So it looks like we're going by this picture here. There are 2 of the 608Zs and 2 of the F608Zs. I recommend getting a metric edition Zeus guide for any toolbox. Still has all the imperial thread sizes in it too. What is that? What's a Zeus guide? There, that's a good alignment tool to, I don't know, good is, but that makes sure I'm pressing it in straight. 6 bearings total there, yep. Look at that. This is actually kind of neat. Just pushed, make sure everything was in alignment and didn't deform the plastic as I was pushing it in. That worked really well. I wasn't planning on doing that. You're new to machining. Important tool is the Machinist Black Book. Oh, I was going to bring this out. I have an old edition of the Machinist Handbook or Black Book or whatever. Hey, Coda. Welcome back. So we don't want to, do we not want to? We can put our Z rails on and they go towards the front bearing. Okay, that's why this goes on. And these are with M5x12s. Most of us have 8mm rods laying around. Yeah, I wasn't planning that until it just happened. So I'm just gonna preemptively, I think, well, no, let's see if they fit. Let's see if they line up. So this goes in here like that. And I might be able to just visualize. I think they might be okay. These are M5 by 12s. The thick book, the black book is 60th small pages. Oh, okay. You drilled them, so you're guessing it's the same. That one went in okay. Yeah, I'm gonna drill them. I'm not even gonna try. Any resistance, I'm pulling. I think, for judging from how close that was, I think the reamer would have been okay on this one. Going to make sure there isn't any things that are going to get in the way of this. There will eventually be Loctite on all these. We're just kind of fitting stuff right now. Oh, that's something. So you're talking about filling extrusions. Here, let's pull this out. I was talking, look, so Tom Stanton's second channel, he's building a CNC. And I was wondering if it was worth just filling all of these cavities here. Yeah, even these small ones, just kind of, I could make a little printed pusher to pack it in. I think that might be something to play with. Anybody have a suggestion on material, readily available material here in the US that I could get for that? Because I need it for the Z extrusions anyway. Sand and epoxy is what he used. Is there something more specialized, or is that really enough? Sand needs to be dry. So I saw he did kiln dried sand. Get sand if you want to be fancy, sift to grade sizes. If only shredded printer filament could work. Yeah, no kidding. Okay, so if anybody has good sources for things that would be good, message me on, or poke me on my Discord channel. Discord is, link is in the description. Okay, so that's that. And then we have some rails to lube. We've got 7 minutes. We're at 449 likes, 560 people. Keep it rolling. I hear, isn't lead not as effective as sand and epoxy mix? I hear everybody say sand and epoxy, not just here in chat, but in general. So, that, and let's get the rails. What size are the rails for Y? Or this is the, yeah, this is Y. These are the, it doesn't say which length. Are they all the same? Avoid lead. Yeah, lead is toxic. Hot glue. Let's fill them with hot glue. What's the point of filling those spaces? Adding mass and stiffness. Would a hard plaster work? I don't know if it's hot enough. I mean, I didn't say hot. I didn't mean hot enough. Okay. We have rails. We have 1, 2, or these, so it must be the shorter dual carriage ones. These guys here must go here, so that's got to go. Yeah, and that gives enough room for the Z there. The other option is obviously not them. These are the X rails, and they're too long for here, so we need to clean them and grease them. Best not to add it to the moving mass though, as that will take away from your torque on a machine this size. So basically Y and Z, leave X alone. Wonder if OpenBuilds has any products for that. That's a good question. Material I want to process with the CNC. Go make a sandwich, Scott. Good job. Burrito. You better chances with a burrito. I think this old Tony used sand in his mill build, but that was a much bigger mill. Okay, so we have these. So there's one. There's a preload clearance on these rails. Parallelism hard to achieve. These are all Z0, but they are dual carriage. This is, so they are not like a high preload like the, did I put that on? Yeah, I must have. I'm just curious how these, so these go on here and snap in. That is, there's a bit of wiggle there. That's very dependent on prints, these guides. I have to stop printing. My extruder gear is worn down and it's not gripping the PLA. Uh-oh. I don't think so on this build, possibly with upgraded bigger motors. Different board with 5160 drivers to get the torque or the current. Gold. Just fill them with tungsten. Oh, we got some rain. OpenBuild has extra beefy C-channel extrusion. So look for high rigidity extrusions on Masumi's website. You want to see high extrusion or high rigidity extrusions? That is a lot of aluminum. Yeah. I think that this might be what Tom is using too, is something like this. Because look how thick the walls are on those 6060s. Yeah. Chonky. Okay, these need to be cleaned and greased. These, where is the, I want to check something here. I want to see if this is keeping those from, can you slide a 2020 into the core of those? I don't know. I'm kind of taking the edge of my file to try to cut into these are, oh, these are all V-slot. I didn't realize that. I'm just gonna, what do we got? 1 minute till giveaway time. We're at 466 likes. Can we get to 500 in 1 minute? 500 in 1 minute. We have 585 people here. We probably have 100 people who are hitting dislike because I'm asking for likes. Let's see if that helped at all. No, not really. These little printed parts, like I said, are very print setting dependent. And we should be able to use the dial indicator and stuff to help line things up. Line things up anyway. And then the second carriage, as we move it along, we'll be able to tighten things up and get everything in place. That'll get it very close. I had my phone in my pocket. Do we have any new moderators here? I left my phone in my pocket for the first time in a long time. It is giveaway time. Are you still doing this? We always do 3 seconds. We are 1 like away from 500. So good job, folks. How dare you ask for likes? There we go. 500. So once we're done with the giveaways, I will give away 5 community memberships that YouTube lets me do. 5 memberships. I'm going to give away 5 more on Monday on the V2 build, and that'll be my February giveaways for the month. Okay, so we are giving away 2 things. A CNC starter set from LDO. This is the, if you look in the contest, there's a link to it. And that is the end mills and dial test indicator and 1, 2, 3 blocks little set that LDO is going to sell as an accessory. We're going to give away one of those. The shipping on that is going to be sometime, I think, about the end of March when those are ready to ship. But we're going to give away one of those for every stream that we do in this series. Then we're going to give away the same 1 roll of Polymaker filament that we do every stream. So let me pull up Wheel of Names and clear out last stream stuff. Significant difference between 3 seconds and a Steve build 3 seconds. It's 3 seconds. 3 seconds is 3 seconds, right? So we will be giving away the roll of filament first. So breaks the time-space continuum. We're at almost 600 people here. Holy moly. We are going to give away Polymaker filament first. I'm going to leave the CNC starter kit open until we get to the point where we're going to give it away. So Polymaker filament, I am going to close in 3 seconds, and that is 3 seconds without having a new entry. So that means if you go down to the description, and if it's not there, hit refresh. There's a form there to fill out for your info for the giveaway. So refresh, Michael, and there should be a link in the description. We have many responses, so I know it's working. We're approaching light speed time dilations. So we've had a couple of new entries, so I'm going to start the count over. Surprise. So we're going to close the Polymaker giveaway in 3 seconds. So 3. Now everybody who wants to play this game, it's time to put it in. You got a second there, Beartastic. Oh, you got it in. Okay. 2. Suddenly more people watching. Well, yeah, that's a given. We haven't had any new ones in this, so I guess 1.5. 1. Oh, there's 1. Have to get an oh, there's 1 in. So 3. Oh, there's another one. So 3, 2, 1. Are we done? Oh, there's 1. 3, 3, 2. There's another one. 3, 3, 2, 3. So now we get quicker. So I'm going to be closing this as it gets a little ridiculous. So 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Done. The LDO giveaway is still open. If you haven't gotten in on that, go do it. We have definitely over 600 people here. Let me export this and do our, let me create a new thing. This is Polymaker. Maurice was the first entry. Just wait, eventually your whole stream will be counting down from 3. So who got in the last, who got in entry number 497? Eric. How many names do I recognize? So Panzerkaden, Kyle, who else in these last little bit? Honored Twig, Cash, Beartastic. We got a few in there that are playing the game. Okay, let's paste that. 3D23, thanks for being a member. I'm thinking about wait. I made it here today for a live stream. Welcome. Okay, let's, we have 2 giveaways here. We're gonna go fairly quick on the shuffling, so let's get a number between 1 and 10. I'm out of clever ideas at the moment. So we're gonna shuffle this for some number between 1 and 10. I see 4. Let's do 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and spin. So you have to be here. Say something in chat. If your name is drawn, you have 2 minutes to say something. And who do we have? James L. Congratulations. So if you are in the US or Canada, this is a coupon to the US or Canada store. If you're outside the US and Canada, then you get a form with a list of filament you can choose from, and you get a roll of filament. So K2 Kevin, welcome. Beard is on point once again. Thank you. James L. Are they here? I see you. Awesome. And you even tagged me. Good job. Congratulations. You will get an email from me. I feel like I'm delinquent in at least one email. I think Tuesday's stream I need to send out. Congratulations, James. You will get an email from me. Let me paste this in. If you have not entered for the LDO giveaway, you have only a little bit to do that. Awesome. That is good. So let's close that. Get rid of this. You have had a real ton of time to enter the next one. So we're going to start our countdown now at 3. I still haven't an email from last week yet. So if I am delinquent on emails, so I will catch up. I have all the records. So there's one right there. So 3. There's 1, 3, 2, 1.5. Want the car STL behind you? Yeah, that's a very fun project. 1. I guess that's it. 1/2, 0. Oh, there's 1. Who got the last one in? 3, 2. Oh, there's 1. 3, 2. There's 1. 3, 2, 1. Oop. 0. -1. -2. Okay, that's it. Link it out. Great. It does not include everything to build a Milo. This is very, very much just the CNC starter kit, which is some end mills, some ER collets, some shims, a dial test indicator, 1, 2, 3 blocks. It's a little box of stuff. The link in the form goes to the BOM for the Milo, and it specifically says go down to the CNC starter kit section, and that's what's included in there. So, okay, who got the last one? Maurice, you were on it. You got the first entry here as well. Abel, the entry links were in the description. You might have had to refresh we will be doing the same giveaways every stream in this series. So who got the last one in? Who? Stefan got the last one. And who do we have in? Do we have people? Not necessarily. So Panzer Cadden is a little late. Definitely playing the game. Okay, let's copy these out. Let's get back to building. See what the drop off after the giveaways is. It's usually not too bad. It tapers off pretty slow, depending on how long I go. Does the starter kit come with the full kit? It does come with the full kit, and it will also be offered as an an additional thing you can buy. I have no idea what it's going to cost. Just not the one for the Milo. Those are STL files for the car. 3dsets.com is the website for that. I'll be around. Milo is something on my to-do list. So this is awesome. Okay, let's do 1 to 10. Another 1 to 10. I'm gonna be super original today. Another 1 to 10. So this is for, and this will ship towards the end of March, I think is what Jason said. So let's go 6. Let's go 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and spin. Hey, Poity. 6. Who do we have? Axiom Ot. Are you here? Congratulations. Axiom 000. You have 2 minutes to say something in chat. Congrats. Axiom. Axiom? Congratulations. We have 1 minute and 40 seconds. Plenty of time. There you are. And you tagged me as well. We have such good winners today. Let me paste this in. You will not hear from me. You will hear from Jason directly. You may hear from Jason directly closer to when it's going to ship. So you may hear from him right away. You may hear it later. So if you don't hear from someone by the end of March, reach out to me. I keep these records. I can track down what's going on. There we go. Let me make sure everything looks hunky-dory. That looks good. Awesome. Congratulations. No Polar Ted Club members today. When are they going to ship kits? So the first round of kits have been shipped. The second round, I think, was May or June or something like that. Link removal reminder. Thank you, Andres. Remove. Oh, wow. Okay. I guess I just removed the message altogether. That's fine. Unpin the message. There we go. And I'm going to go in here and delete the links from the chat. We got up to 538 likes. That's awesome. So I'm going to delete the giveaway links in chat. Stop the timer. And save that. Does an apron come in the kit? I think Jason was saying that they might start including them in another batch. They did not come in the first batches. First round should land at resellers end of this month, early March. And then the second round is a couple of months later, right? Okay. Ship in March, arrive mid-April-ish to resellers. Yeah. Okay. We need to clean and grease these. Do I have my paper towels? Where did I put those? Got all the rearranged stuff. I have to go grab some paper towels. I will be right back. We will leave you in the capable hands of Dancing Max. We are, where are we at? Yep, still slowly going down. We're 530 people. Let's go here, and I will be just a moment, just enough time to grab some paper towels, and I'm gonna grab the parts, the hex tray that I printed for this build. So be right back. Okay, I'm back. Paper towels and the hex tray for the build. That dwarf, red dwarf filament is so awesome. Not a whole lot of opportunities to use this since I have the Acromills parts tray, but that's fine. We will put on the LDO apron when we do some, I don't know what we're going to cut on stream. It'll probably, it's not going to be metal. It will probably be either pink foam or a wood. Hey, Philip. Okay. Let's see what we have here. I want to put these on. So I am a little bit of a, where's the part number? And the LDO logo on them now. I like to put these back on in the same orientation. I don't know how much of a big deal that is, but it's what I do. So I think looking at it, reading the stuff, I'm gonna say 1, 2, and they go on this side of the rail. Pinewood Derby car. Good. These trays, so these are an insert. If you go to in the description is a link to my printables profile. These are, they're out there. This is the tray. It goes in there, sits, avoids the features inside there. I've been doing those for a long time. I modeled that probably 4 or 5 years ago. 5 or 6 years ago, maybe. Okay, so those, we're gonna start with this one. So I'm gonna mark those on that side. So then we're gonna drop these off the end. They are not stackable. There have been some awesome remixes of stackable versions. Good thing. A little bit of crud in there. So, mine, I mean, the hex tray itself, that's a remix of someone else's design. It's always interesting to me how it's become a thing I mean, it's cool, but it is someone else's. I remixed it. The origin behind that is I was looking for something to print for my nephew because he's really into RC cars, and something to organize fasteners on the workbench for the active stuff. And I printed a couple, gave one to him and kept one, and I was using it on an early stream and got convinced to put it out on printables as a remix. So, okay, these I am just going to add grease. So there is a printed, in the files is this printed grease piece. One interesting thing though is this looks like it's modeled for the H carriages, which are longer. I don't think I'm going to use it because I think it's going to just make a mess pushing grease out the outside, but this would go in here if it had, yep, that goes in like that. And then you see there's some exposed ports there that I think grease would just squirt out of. And then you push the grease in here and it should go into where the balls are. Looks like a decent design. Probably should have a shorter one for this. RU's nephew remixed a stackable version. Did you put that out on printables? And if so, it'll be listed in the remixes of my thing, right? And I just add grease through the hole in the back of the rail until it squirts. So that is a good point. Most of the ones I use have not had this. There is a fastener here. Let's play around with these. These are larger than what I normally use. So that's a good point. Appreciate it. Let's see what that actually looks like. Thanks, Rafa. I'm used to MGN 12, MGN 9, MGN 7. These are MGN 15 or SLR 15. Is that different? Or is that just LDO's part number? Is there a benchy equivalent for CNC? I don't know. Here are my build streams. Build is done up to and including wiring. Next stream I'll be doing the firmware install and setup. 3DP and me, I'm gonna temporarily make you a moderator and you can post a link to your channel. There. So I'm gonna leave you as a moderator for the duration of this build series. Then you can post links to information if we need to. I appreciate your help here. So I want to enable you to be able to do that. So feel free to post a link to your channel because Dave here is doing a build of this kit. Anyway, let's do this. And I want to be able to see here. So there's a screw end here. And let's find out if that is opening up a port to grease these. I believe, maybe? Happens if we just do that. Just push that in there. And where does that go? Yep. it went into there. So that runs through, which means we could probably do this on the rail. I still want to pull them off so I can properly clean those grooves. But this was part one. Let's see how this goes. Let's pull these out. Let's go out a little bit. Does anybody grease through these? You can't lubricate them through the rail itself? What is that? Rafa means through the hole in the rail. Oh, no. I don't like the method where you squirt grease through the hole in the rail and get it all mashed up under here and hope that some gets to the balls. I don't like that method. Okay, so that's one. That's that side. I am going to use my finger in here because this works pretty well. And then I'm going to try. So feel that the grease got in there. So now I'm going to move it down here and hold this against this side and push some grease in. The hole in the rail is messy, and I just don't trust its effectiveness. This, however, I can feel that grease got in there. I added Xerxes fittings. Xerxes, is that the, that's, and there's a, there's a spelling of it. Okay, that is that, and I can feel the difference there, so I know grease got in there. So I'm gonna just go with that. Now we're gonna plug these holes. Xerxes. I've heard it for some reason. I want to say Xerxes, but making sure we're not cross-threading these. It's one of the nice things about the Honey Badger rails. The grease ports actually work. Yeah, I can. That is definitely got grease in it. So now this side goes here. Now the method, the instructions say to pull these carriages off and attach them to the bracket. Oh, I gotta be careful. I almost lost that one. Let's put a bumper on the end. This other method, I think you leave the carriages on. That's why I put them back on. Darth Vader has Zerk fittings. Okay. So the other side is going to be more difficult to get to. So push that in there. I don't know if I'm going to need to, though. That cycles through. There's no lubrication ports. I've seen people take the wipers off entirely to directly grease the raceway. I like my normal way for 7, 9, and 12s. Just taking it apart and just forcing grease into where the bearings are. It's effective and it's quick for me. Try getting it in here. When is the LDO SLS printer coming out? That would be cool. Let's see if I can get a good enough angle on. Nope, I can't get a good enough angle on this with it on the printer. It just squeezes out the bottom. But I am feeling grease in there, so I think it's probably fine. This is like no ugga-duggas tightening. Don't want, those are just plastic, and this is already, when I just pulled it out, brought some threads with it. So I'm gonna just do this so I can get this side, because I want to. There. And then this can go right back here. Now they're both greased. Put a stopper on here so I don't lose the rails and move on to the next one. Of the bent blunt tip syringes. I should get one, because this is just what I'm using right now. There's no lubrication ports. I've seen people take the wipers off. Oh, yeah, I read that. Have to go. See you, Andres. That is good. It's going to go on there. This one, we're going to do the same thing as we read it. Mark 1, 2, and this edge. Lubes. Just kind of wipe off the rails. Missed the screw. Oh, I did. I did. Absolutely did. Which one did I miss it on? Oh, that one. Okay. There we go. Thank you. 458 people looking over Steve's shoulder. Finally, someone is lubricating on a build stream. I think quite a few people. Okay, so I guess we'll just start with one. I'm tired of screwing, mostly because of the 2317 screws to finish the Rancher. Oh, lots of fasteners in these, huh? See, that's why I'm spreading it out over 2.5 months. So my method here is I put my thumb in here that holds those spring rails in place. These are larger, so it might be even easier not to worry about that, but that just ensures that I'm not going to lose any bearings. So now I'm going to go here and get the other side just like that, and then I'm going to have to replenish my syringe there. Netter, you did miss it, just a little bit, by half an hour. Okay, so that one is good. So I'm going to pull that one off now, and then we're going to do this one. Put the screws back in this one. Yep, absolutely. Counterclockwise. I don't know if you saw me do that before on the, when I was putting it, especially with the ball end driver, when I was putting the one I forgot in, I did counterclockwise. If you counterclockwise, you can feel where the start of the screw hops over, where it kind of sinks into where it would go, and then you can thread it in, and you have a much better chance of hitting the threads, the existing threads. Okay, I need more grease in my syringe. It's just Mobile EP2. I've kind of packed this down so I don't have any air gaps in there. I don't know what I'm gonna do. You can feel you'd be amazed at how fine of a bump there when you're doing that. You can actually feel. I'm just pulling slowly so I don't cavitate it, so I get as much into the syringe as possible. This. Trigger I've used for years and is excellent for saving threads and plastic. Yep. You don't use the plastic bag method to fill your grease syringes. What is the plastic bag method? The link is not there. What link? Counterclockwise method saved me more than once. Yes. Okay, so that one gets thrown away because now it's got a little extra grease on it. So let's go here. I'm pushing this in, some pressure on the tip because this isn't the right syringe for this. And then I'm just using my pinky to push some grease in there. I fill this up by taking the plunger out and use a grease gun to pump the sleeve, then put the plunger back in. I should actually get an actual grease gun for that tube, huh? You have to get a big syringe to fill a small syringe. Well, I think I should do what D. Norris is saying and just get a proper grease gun for that type of tube and then use it to fill up the syringes. Jesper, what link is not there? Did I miss something? Okay. Paper towel. So that's 2, which means 1. Ooh. 1 goes on here. Take a disposable plastic bag and scoop a good dollop of grease with a spoon or stick. Wrap the bag around it. Tie it in. Oh, I see. Puncture the bag and squeeze in. I get that. I understand now. Okay. So what are we going to do here? Let's do it like that. That frosting bag, yep, to an icing bag. That makes sense. And we do these. Grab a little bit of IPA. That is a good tip. DeWalt has a cordless grease gun. Well, I mean, if DeWalt makes it, I don't want these to have the red marks on them all the time. So. Get rid of them. Okay. Then some M. Add to your collection. Yeah. If DeWalt makes it. I don't know. They make a lot of tools I don't have. Ah. 3x10 socket head cap screws into every second hole in the rail. I think I'm going to follow Taylor's lead and go every hole. What happened to hand packing them in your palm? Well, these had nice grease ports. So I do have music playing today. You can't hear it? Okay. M3 T-nuts. M3 roll-in T-nuts. So I am going to go every every hole. Oops. It's usually pretty quiet, I think. Here, let's do that as a guide. Is there any argument against putting every hole here, Dave, if you're still here? Is there any reason not to? How many are there? There are there are 9. And I must be grounding it out. Doesn't really add much gain. Oh, much gain or no gain? Well, I mean, I have enough. I have enough, but I don't have enough of the nickel-plated screws. That might be an argument enough. I'd have to do mismatched screws, and that's the main reason for lard is taste. Wouldn't one-piece nut plates on a CNC be better? Maybe. I'm sure if this, as production, if the popularity of this kit continues, I wouldn't be surprised if the LDO strips would go in here. But the existing ones, so if we did every other one, that would be there, there, and there. And then that and that would go away. Yeah, let's do it. We can always add them later, because I'm sure at some point this will end up being redone. Is it done? Almost. I'd have to alternate the bolts, yep. Rogaine. What? Are you commenting on my hair? Is that the Rogaine comment? I am going to leave it like this. Laters. See, Asgard? I'm going to leave it like this. I am going to do every other one. The appeal of doing every one is there, but let's see how it does. Can always redo it later, right? No gain, more gain. It popped in my mind. Well, Rogaine is the hair growth assistant thing, right? Just dropped in now. How's the build overall? Good. We are doing lots of little things. Okay, M3 by 10. M3 by 10 socket heads. So that means we're going to move these to the second hole. Now I'm correct in that this raise method has us doing it with the rails on here, right? I think so. I have random brand names stuck in my head with no idea what they belong to. Okay, now I'm going to tighten that, and then I'm going to move this. Okay, good. It's not going all the way through to the extrusion. With the forces involved, I would be inclined to use all the fasteners. I'm back and forth on that. It doesn't hurt to do it. But let's... There we go. do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna do all of them. I'm gonna do all of them. I've got enough fasteners. I'm gonna just grab every other one is gonna get a black oxide fastener. It's more weight, right? I put every one in and it's more weight, and more weight is more better. More weight is more better. Okay, that. I don't know. There we are. That out. Shift this. That. And just shift the rail around as we find the. There's a CNC version of a benchy. So folks were talking about some cube earlier. Oh, Dave here was working on some of the CNC versions of the little plates that hold the fixated breakfast club thing in place. That could be a good early project. It's probably not going to be an on-stream project though. Maybe it's a good test toolpaths in something soft but the same model. That'd be a good one. Atmospheric river picking up. Yeah, I'm getting gusts of wind into the garage door right now. Will that go on there? Yep. It is raining pretty good here. Or at least it sounds like it. It's windy and rainy. There we go. Oh, I was gonna put every other one as the, you guys didn't remind me. I was gonna put every other one as a black oxide fastener. Aaron, you're a little behind. A little behind the stream. Okay, so that one goes there. That one goes there. And these are 12s, huh? Yeah. These. Come on. put a 12 in there by mistake. I probably blew out hit the extrusion on the other side. Okay. Turner cube. Okay. I like the idea of doing the doing a test, like a toolpath test for the machine parts to hold the fixated plate to the X. I like that idea. Hey, Makermind. Okay. Just make it out of MDF or pink foam or something. Should be a low risk test. Plus, I'm sure I can borrow the tool paths from Dave, right? Okay, so they're there. This one needs to come out. If you have enough time, I'd be game to do a giveaway. Next stream, Flex Peppers. I appreciate it. Always fun, but if you want to do something, we can do it Monday or Sunday. Delrin block or something like that would work. Well, it would be even less risk on the on like pink foam or something. Just as a toolpath test, plus something that I can do on stream. That's gonna not create quite as much of a mess. I've cut pink foam. I know it's a mess, but I don't think it's quite as much. Okay, so those are on. All of these are still loose. Hey, Jack. So I have the, what is it? The Inception machine vise. It's in the other garage. I should bring it out. I'll bring it out for next stream. But I'm going to use the Inception vise on here. These things. Pink foam is very low tool pressure. Exactly. See ya, Ella. Oh, shit. It is Loctite time. I just put all those in, and I forgot the Loctite. Should I, maybe at this point, I'll put the, can I get to all of these, Dave? Moving it around, can I get to all of the fasteners so I can put Loctite in after things are lined up? I can go one at a time. There's some wiggle there, so I don't know how critical exact center is because I could push both to one side, especially if I make sure that they're put on the same way. Not with the plate on. I feel like if I, because there is some play there. It's based on the tolerance of those printed parts. There's not enough is what I'm being told. Not with the plate on. Okay, well, it's just blue Loctite. I will put it on now. I will put it on now. I am... Once the plate is on, you'll lose access to the rail screws. But I won't... or at least some of them. I get it. I wish these were a tighter fit. I'm thinking if I put the plate on here temporarily to make sure that these are parallel to each other, I can adjust them and get the outer ones tight, pull the plate off, not tight, but at least in place, and then do a proper Loctiting and tightening. So that is the front that goes in between the rails. There's not enough room for that to go between two rails. It has to go here. And then what are these fasteners? So putting this on here will set that spacing, and temporarily putting it on here. Hey, Maker Viking. So if we come over here, and what were the fasteners to put the carriages on the thing? These are M3 by 10s? No, these are 3x5s. Coming up from the other side is 3x10s, but this is just a temporary install right now. So 3x5s. If I'm making this harder on myself, let me know. Plate is smaller than I thought. It should be okay. Wow. I'm not tightening these yet. Different sizes and different holes. Yep. All of these on this side appear to be this size. They're all the same counter bore. Hey, Brent from Australia. Just starting your work day. I'm very happy to have tomorrow off. I've got a very full day though. Uh-oh. That didn't fall to the floor. Yep, there it is. Okay. Doodad printed parts for assembly, block align tool. Doodad printed parts for assembly, block align tool. What do we have here? What is our next step in this? So mount the rails on the X-axis C-beam, align them with the provided doodad, but I don't like the doodad. It's tomorrow family day. No, I'm gonna go up and visit Pooch, hang out with Pooch for a little bit, and get my spool holder from my Mark IV back. And then I'm going to stream that evening. So let's look at this. Mount the rails. Just be sure you use the Y bearing block to align the rail ends. Okay, so that's the Y bearing block here. The rail goes up against this surface here. These pieces, the thing I don't like about them is they're so dependent on print tolerances and settings. There is some wiggle here. So the thing I could do is reprint these with some tweaks for my setup so that at least they're consistent. Or I think we can do, I don't really want to set up some dial indicator thing here yet. What do we think? Doodad should SPN. What's SPN? What's the typo there? There's here and here. We have doodads on both. That's not a millimeter. It's like 0.3 to 0.4. Oh, doodad should span both rails. These don't, these? Let me bring up the, what's the next part? Hold your bed. Let's go new, the next part of this. So this is the next part. So attach the contraption from the first step to the y-axis. Try to align it so it's, oh, didn't do that. There we go. Try to align it so it's parallel to the y-axis. One way to do that is to screw it, but not fully tight, then move it, and then, oh, hit it to, oh, that might work. Oh, I know what we can do. Okay. I know what we can do. Okay, so let's continue this, because I think I'm on a decent track. Just push to one side and tighten. They should be set with the plate. Kind of where I'm going. Oops, I need to move this. Not there, not there. There we are. I'm not going to tighten these, but just get them in to hold the carriages. Dave is back. Contraption. I didn't see that in the GitHub parts. This is, oh, this is a machined part. It is part of the LDO kit. But I think, is there a bootstrapped printed version of this? It's the contraption. This is the contraption. Okay, I go there. Take these off. Take my 1, 2, 3 block here. If I push this there and push this here, that will line all of that up, and then I can tweak this a little bit, right? And then move it to the other side. To even there, and tweak that. Does that get me where I want to be? No, I didn't skip a step. I temporarily attached that. This isn't staying here. I'm trying to figure out a best way to line these up when these aren't, like I said, these are so dependent on print settings. They're not centering the rails. So now the thing that, like BT Cruiser just said, I'm not guaranteeing that I'm centered this way at this point. I skipped a step. Oh, viewer, member, mod. You were here when I said you could. You weren't here when I made you a mod and said you could link your channel. Is that? So that's there. I push the 1, 2, 3 block there. Make sure that was square. But I'm not necessarily centered across the extrusions. And I think I can feel that it's not. Oh, I see. I see. Hang around long enough, you'll get gifted one. Unless you're a branded account, then. What is the best way to center that way? Was there a reason they didn't just use a pre-made actuator CNC sled with ball screw? cost. So I use guides to set one rail and adjust the other. With plate like you are. Cost and fit. I don't have a good, without doing a bunch of assembly, I don't have a good point here as a reference for the lead screw as suggested to make sure this is centered. This is important for this to be centered though for that reason, because the lead screw, this is centered, it should be as much as a printed part can make it centered. This is centered, that whole lineup of parts. Is it worth just putting that together to make sure all of that is centered? I think it might be. I think it might be. Ball screw nut doesn't fit in the C channel. Oh, right. Yeah. I do that. And I do this. I run this through the center, right? Oh. Shoot. Let's see how well this lines up to there. Lines up okay. That should go through. Now I've got it there. I want to loosen these screws that I tightened. Make these wiggly again. There we go. That goes through there. So that, if I'm on this side, that should be centering the rails and everything, at least to the printed part and the lead screw there, right? And if I tighten, well, it's not the best spot to tighten them because the pivot point is going to be weird, but I can't really get to anything else. Maybe if I just move just far enough over to get to these, that would still be okay. And then this side, I would need the so I would need this on here and the stepper in place. I don't mind if people laugh at me for this. I'm learning. See what ends up working. That moves quite a bit here though. It doesn't ensure that we are parallel here. This side is locked in. So now what happens? Because we could twist it still this way. Nobody's laughing. Everything you're doing makes sense. Do the exact same. They are NEMA 23s, yep. I think what matters is you push as much offset to one side of the gantry so it can be dealt with by the coupler. So that is centered. What if we simply move this over? And what if we use... this way. That parallel. Got an idea. Is that the... Yes, okay, I got an idea. This stuff out of the way and grab another extrusion. This right here. So I have a, making sure I am parallel. See? Making sure I'm parallel, and then take a measurement here. 2.57 here. Really close. Right, let's do a little bit of a, barely tighten that. 2.52. So 2.78. 2.66. 2.60. 2.57. What do you think? How was that? Is that reasonable? I'm ensuring that I'm, as well as my table will ensure it, that I'm parallel by using a same height thing to support my calipers. And then now I know that at least this is, make sure I'm not on there. Of course, that ends up being 2.58, 2.59. That should be good. .59. Well, what are we on the other side? Which would tell us how centered we are. Make sure I'm not on anything. So 2.37. So I'm basically 0.1 millimeters off center of here, but that can be in the printed part. I think it's more important that the lead screw is lined, and if I'm 0.1 millimeters off in my X axis, it doesn't matter at all. So I'm gonna go with this. I've got these two locked down, and that means that we can just move this. These two are locked down. We can just move this over here and lock that one down. Now this can come out. As I run through, that hits that just fine. The more care you take during the build, the better actually. Yep, the statement I made at the very beginning of the stream. More than any other device that we build, even printers, this is going to have a bigger impact on the success of the build. Okay, so these four outer screws are tight enough to where they're not shifting. So now I'm going to take this plate off. And it is moving very smooth. Now I don't have these tightened, so if there's any tendency for those to tweak the carriages, then it might bind up a little more. But we're going to take this off. We are at 2:14. Okay. We're going to aim for about 5 hours, I think, today. to 350, then it will take some work to get that much surface separated. There we go. I can just set over there. And now I can feel pretty good about just starting at the middle and Loctiting these screws and put them in. Where'd my Loctite go? Here it is. Where did it go? That was not a black oxide one. That was a nickel plated one. I will search for that later. Let's grab a new one. Here's my... There we go. I'll go in and tight. There's a method of dipping into liquid blue type Loctite. That's fine. I would do that too. I actually have no idea where any liquid blue Loctite is. We're starting from the center and working our way out. It's in general a good idea. You just get in the habit of doing basically center out or crosswise opposing fasteners. You can't really go wrong if you just get in the habit of doing that for anything you're building. Be curious if there is an instance where that would be a bad idea. So last night I was working on Phoenix and I dropped one of the power supply screws that holds the terminals in, because I swapped the power supplies. I wanted the 24 volt one on one side and the 48 volt on the other. I dropped one, I couldn't find it. So I mentioned because I was filming it, I just kind of commented that I'd find it later. I did find it. But that's one that you don't want to totally lose because it's got that little square washer and these can go to the center there. Actually, I want to wipe off any. Those of you that are still around, the almost 400 of you, that's awesome. I think I mentioned just a minute ago, but I want to reiterate, tomorrow we're doing the weekday stream. So working on the green V2 tomorrow. I will not be streaming on Tuesday. I'm getting a tooth pulled, and I imagine I'm not going to be in the mood to stream on Tuesday. So... So Monday is Tuesday. Yep. This week, Monday is Tuesday, which, I mean, you're probably grateful because the less Mondays we have, the better, right? And you can just celebrate Taco Tuesday twice. About 12 PSUs left over from my Christmas light show. I would have just borrowed a screw from one of those. These are the UHP power supplies. So they are... They have a smaller fastener than my LRSs. I don't have many of the UHPs. They're more expensive. Oh, shoot. I forgot to give away memberships. It is a perfect time. Those that are still here deserve this, right? Here, I'm going to give away... I am giving away 5 memberships. Thank you for the reminder. I'm so absent-minded. Congratulations, those that got a membership just now. Don't forget the Loctite end cap bolts. Correct. The front bearing thing here, though, I'm reprinting after stream. So remind me, those of you that are around tomorrow, my intent this month was to do 5 for this build series and 5 for that build series. So the... So something that's been mentioned before, for gifted memberships, YouTube doesn't, they don't go to branded accounts. So if you search for what a branded account is, then you can find out if your account is that or not. That it just won't happen at that point. I think that's still the case, and I don't know why, but that's always been a question, something that's come up. Whoop. Bearded Bucket, thanks for the gifted memberships. And Additive Adam, 1 month, 2 months, and now 4 months. Thank you. No, it didn't go all the way. I got that one. I only have 1 to find after stream. Is your account considered branded? I don't know. I don't think I've ever received a gifted membership in anything that I've been watching, but most of what I watch, I think I'm a member of. So that's kind of hard to tell. Oh, okay, so if you've won them before, then it's just a matter of luck. They don't allow us, it's not an option to choose like on Twitch. Okay, so those are all Loctited. My account is branded entirely because I linked my Google account to it, even though this account is way older. Interesting. My account is my main Google account. I did not expect to, for streaming to kind of blow up for me. So my account has a flat line for years and years and years and years, and then does this. Okay, that is on. I'm feeling good about that. Let's see where we're at next. So attach the contraption to the y-axis and try to align it so it's parallel. Okay, so now we can attach the contraption on here and making sure that the bearing block on the bottom goes in between the carriages. Get those about there. I just compared UHP 500 screws to cheap input screws, output screws. They're the same. Okay. Oops. There we go. Where'd you go? Since I left those on there, it's an extra pain. Okay, I'm gonna doop magnets for the win. Let's take all these out because this is going to be a whole lot easier to do this. Oh, I can get a bunch of them at once with them out of there. There we go. Yep, and you're right, I need to Loctite these screws to the blocks. So let's go ahead and take this one out too. Okay, so all the Loctite. Okay, why is that thing there? What am I doing wrong? Do I have this around backwards? I do. I do not. This goes this way. There we go. Okay. I just come, oh, don't forget Loctite. Are you Loctite? Yep. I was in the process of forgetting it. I have now not forgetting it. Put in the lead to make sure blocks sit straight. Good call. Good call. Just put partially one in each carriage, just the 4 corners, real quick. What's the working time on Loctite? It's hours, right? Hours or days before it's truly cured. I built my 2.4. I got so frustrated with half of the roll-in nuts not going in. I just went and purchased some from Amazon. That is such a difficult problem for any of the kit manufacturers to deal with, is consistency in both extrusions and T-nuts. "24 hours according to the bottle." I guess I could have read that. It probably says right on there. There. Now I can just do that and push it up against. That is not a reference surface there. How can I can't make that a reference surface. So I'm gonna go this side. Although that takes it far away from the thing. This will impact its shifting this way. How can I fix that? I don't have a, can I make, no? How can I make that a reference surface that's good enough? That's not enough, because I was going to put this over here. Well, let's go here and make sure that and then we'll see how it lines up when we do that and that. Definitely gets tighter. Gets tighter as things get tightened down. I want this to, I don't know if I'm thrilled with that. And I'm also tightening down one side. I feel like I need to do one more thing here, just for the sake of just confirming that everything is okay. Need to pull this off. Grab these. Pull this off. Maybe use it square off one rail and against the block. That out. This needs to be wiped down. Make sure I don't have anything on here. I'm using a paper towel, but that's a nice black surface I can see. And then all of these need to be wiped down. Okay. Some assurance I don't have some piece of something in there that's causing it to bind. Just refresh this just a little bit. Use a square off of one of the, get the block, clean, 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 can never be clean enough. Well, especially when you have two very flat metal objects that are the alignment is critical. Any little piece of dust in there can cause it to bind. Let's get all of these in here very loosely. What are we at? Another half an hour, we're good. Goo Gone is primary limonene with a small amount of other solvents. Does anybody know, and I could probably check in the channel, but has Joe been able to, Joe? Yeah. Been able to cut anything with his Milo? With what is it, Skylo? I used dual rails on the V minion and set up. I bolted everything together, then squared and tightened slowly until all snug and move freely. Is there a bigger version of this kit? No. I don't know what, so if you're still around, Dave, what are the options if someone wanted to self-source, and what is this basically where you want to be, or is it, are there dimensions that you could adjust if you understood the thing? Greg, we did the giveaways about 2.5 hours ago. Hour and a half ago. I do it at the 3 hour mark, which is 1 p.m. Pacific time. That's my time every Sunday. And there will be another just LDO filament giveaway tomorrow during my weekday stream. Tomorrow's Tuesday. I've declared tomorrow Tuesday, apparently. Just like June 31st. We have Tuesdays on Monday. It's 22:34 here. Polymaker filament giveaway we'll do tomorrow. Okay, all of those are loose. There is not really any opportunity for that to move. Oh, that one was tight. Let me make sure they're all loose. I want to see how much wiggle there actually is in this. You guys have a day off tomorrow? Yes. Tomorrow is President's Day. Just make sure these are all loose enough. Okay, what is the... Okay, so side to side, there is a little bit. Okay, so what if I simply let that settle, do this... Huh, that's interesting. Are these actually how we're relying on these rails being exactly the same length and interfacing with that plastic part at exactly the same spot? I'm not sure that's a great idea. I don't have any over travel there, but I could do two. Hey, Kevin. Some progress is better than no progress. Tighten blocks and loosen rail bolts. I don't want to loosen these. I've got all this. I've got these all lined up. Everything is great on the rails. What I want to see is, I've been putting the 1, 2, 3 block here, but I don't think that's the best reference point. Right now it's smooth. As soon as I tighten down these outer ones, it did bind up more, but we'll see once I tighten all 4 for each one. Or the plate to mount being square either. Yeah. So what can I do to check that? Because I'm pretty much hitting the end of travel here. I would be over traveling the rail. I can probably do it carefully. No, because I need it to be supported. I need the rail to be supported so it doesn't rotate on the rail. So that won't work. They're not aligned to the rails. Rails will move when they need for alignment. Correct. But if I'm using to square this up, if I'm putting my 1, 2, 3 block against these two surfaces, that's not a good surface to do that on. And I'm trying to figure out what combination. Ooh, that might work. That might work. I can just try that for one thing. I know it's another printed part, but it is the bottom surface. It is the bottom surface. I think it's a better chance than this top surface. So if I just do that, I'm going to go ahead and do this, and then I'm going to I'm going to tighten these just a little bit at a time. Will a square along the extrusion help to check the rail squareness? Well, we checked the rail squareness earlier. Check the distance between the rails with calipers. The point you're thinking as a reference point is irrelevant. What do you mean? The Z-axis is going to be bolted to here. If this is 90 degrees, which this is a better 90 degrees reference than this is, because this is the bottom surface of the print. That means that I mean, this is not going to, the Z-axis is not likely to rotate around here because it's being bolted with two big aluminum plates to this here. So if this is 90 degrees to here, then this is probably reasonable for making sure that the X-axis is squared. Now, when we get all this together and run a dial test indicator against it, it'll be interesting. But that feels pretty good. I haven't actually tightened those, but they're all snug now. The rail aligned to the extrusion is only square to the point that you reference. Right. And earlier I did my calipers, I checked the distance from the side of the extrusion to the side of the rail and made that the same. I don't have any, I guess I could put that there. Oh, that would, because as long as I've got a reference there, it doesn't matter that it's at an angle. If I hold that there, and it is square there. Is that pretty much what you're talking about? So I think I'm okay where I'm at. So let's go ahead and tighten these down. Probably getting lost in which one I'm tightening. That one, or that one. I guess I'll just go through them all now. Get it almost good, then once built, you square everything to the table, yeah. The more care I take in it right now, the more streams we have, and the more CNC starter kits I can give away, right? The sled is now square to the rails, but is the mount square to the sled? Which mount? Are you talking about this? I would say that feels like about what I saw Taylor's do. Question from Sean driving, how does this machine differ from the others you already own? While the only CNC router style machine that I have right now is the Shape Oko. And that's just an entirely different type of machine. So that is a 33-inch square cut area, and it's running on belts for motion and, well, ball screw for Z. And that went right into that bearing. So I think we're okay. It's all tightened. I did my best to align the lead screw nuts with a square to this. I think we are in good shape here. This is all tight. These are tight. This is that part. You could probably remake a lot of this stuff for it on it. Yep. There's something I stepped on. End. Nearest carriage was much harder to slide. Okay. Attach here. Now we're on, this way is forced to be parallel. Yeah, he says thank you. Awesome. All the visitors see things skewed around. Mine got quite a bit harder to slide when it was mounted up. Yeah. Yep. It's not real smooth. It's not. Also mind the orientation of it from the first part. The small block should have pointy side looking to front. And then we're going to get into adding the Z's. So let me get this part captured. Here we are. Okay, just put the x-axis on top of the thing you just built. The thing, everything's thing. I like it. And screws should be accessible from the bottom to be tightened. After screwing it but not tightened. In order for x-axis to be parallel, you can install your x-axis motor mount on the C-beam and align the axis using that in here. So you see how the flatness. So that's the printed part here up against this. What's the expected tolerance for a machine of this level? I'm guessing you're close enough to tolerance for a machine of this level. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know a number to give you. Okay, so that means we can set this aside and grab rails for X. Now that I know what I'm doing with these X rails, hopefully this is a little quicker. And we've got a X beam goes on here. Let's go here. Put the thing on the thing. As much of the tight tolerances for mills went into 3D printers, and we wouldn't have any bad prints. There's so many factors. I get what you're saying. But holy moly, there's so many little things on 3D printers to impact. I mean, environment variables. I guess that's probably the case here too, but not as much as when there are as many factors. There are more factors, I think, in 3D printing, or at least different. Okay, so those are gonna go there. Let's throw this. Hey, I made it. There. How many doodads do I need? All of them. Thermoplastics can be a pain. Yeah. Factors are different. But I think if maybe maybe I'm being a little naive, but I feel like the factors in machining are a little more consistently weird, where 3D printing doesn't seem consistent in its weirdness. And I may still pull this apart to whatever degree I feel like I need to and try putting the epoxy sand stuff in the extrusions. Machine has had many more years. Mine's worked through the challenges. That's true. That's a good point. There's a much larger user base of wealth of experience in machining than in .3D printing. Although there's a lot of crossover in the skills, the nuances that make each different there is a lot more. Machine don't go burr yet. Thought I missed something. It's going to be a long while before machine goes burr. But I am so happy to get this started. Do I have M3 T-nuts in my thing here? X nuts, square nuts. I ran out of T-nuts as I was warned. There they are. Found them. We. Difference between 3D printing and milling is tool papping. Okay, that is there. Cap on that. Can't justify both the space and cost. I got to figure out what I'm going to put this on. I may end up, I got to think about that because I've got some plans and I don't know if I build another table that's kind of big and beefy for things like this, or if I try to make a small, like single device table that I can move around. Tomorrow's part 2 of Green V2 mod. Yep. Green V2 mod is part 2 is tomorrow. Not 100% sure how far we're going to get or what we're going to work on it. But we're gonna make progress. What time is it? 2:52. Can I get this? I think I can get these greased and on. I'd like to get these greased and on there and then probably call it. Like X and Y, I have manual knobs, but I don't see one for Z. Can you still do manual milling with this machine? That's a good question. I have some hopes to be able to do some manual style milling, but I'm not sure. Looking at Dave's videos, the surface finishes would indicate good precision can be attained. Nice. Put it inside Phoenix. Everything goes inside Phoenix. Okay, all of these. Let's get this cleaned off. What is that? What was the, not really, what was the question? Oh, the manual machining? Not really, but it seems like you could do like simple slots and stuff. I did. So I was machining the bed extrusions for Phoenix. They needed to be 3 millimeters shorter, 1.5 millimeters from each side. And you couldn't just machine 3 millimeters off one side. It had to be 1.5 to keep it centered. So I did that on the Shapeoko. I fixtured my extrusion on there and manually typed in the G code to move the end mill to take about 0.5 millimeter off in every pass. And I did it in 3, I think I did, and I did it in two paths. So my depth of cut was 10 millimeters by 0.5 millimeters. And I did that, for the end, and I did that 3 times, and I flipped it around, dialed it back in, or located it, and did that again. It was kind of fun. It worked well. but I was just typing in, put that out. Yeah, a lot of the plastic, it's pre-stripped, but at least it doesn't need much. Okay. This on here. Would tomorrow's stream be on your Sunday stream time or on the late Tuesday time? It'll be the late Tuesday time. I'm gonna go, the plan is to go hang out with Pooch for the day and then come home and stream. Tomorrow is 5 p.m. Pacific, yep. I would love at some point to get like a Precision Matthews, one of the at least gone over nice manual mills like what Blondie Hacks and those folks use. It would be really nice to have that capability to do true manual machining. The screw plugs for the grease is probably the best thing I've seen today other than the secure license plate. These are pretty cool. Little bit of concern with them being basically, some of them being pre-stripped, but they're holding in and there's no, it'll be fine. That license plate though, isn't that nice, Kyle? I am so happy with how that turned out. These are not wanting to actually just not holding them. There we go. Okay, so that's number one. This can go back on. 4 hours later, a 20-minute print is finishing. We all know what Rancher is inspired by, but legally distinct from. Exactly. Gonna have to get a DRO to put on it when doing manual. You just printed a generic Jeep license plate. There we go. Bit of alcohol. That one will go there. This one, 3 o'clock. 5-hour stream. Let's get both of these on. Let's get both of these on. Rip pretty good down the complex. At some point, I'll build one of those crawlers. I don't know which one I'd want though. Okay. One, two, on that side. Do you get the Land Rover inspired one, or the Jeep inspired one, or the Toyota inspired one? Make sure that doesn't fall off. I think I can just do this. Oh no, I need to pull it off so I can wipe off the rails. I like the wagon, but the 4 doors are a pain. Yeah, I bet. One of those spot robots from Boston. I don't know what my next, like, Charlie's Angels stream project is going to be. Let's see if those, yeah, those go on pretty easy. Not even trying. Hey, nobody won Kenobi. Apollo, my Cricut, my wife's Cricut seemed to do a pretty good job with the windows. Okay. I'm gonna have to get another bit of grease in my syringe there. Wanted that, but didn't want to fuss with setting up the cut, so I just did the Sharpie and scissors thing. Yeah. 2209s will be strong enough for these. If you wanted to go bigger, whatever, then maybe not. Subaru engine. They make a hardware kit for that too, that I keep meaning to see if they still sell and buy. That might be fun. Just started 5 hours ago. Yep. Okay, that one. Then large bearings there make it a little easier to just put it on. It's Monday here already. Yeah, this is going a little long. I used to do more of these long streams, but I like the 4.5 hour max time slot. I'm sure I'd be surprised if Dave was still around. It's late there. 8 hours ahead. It's almost midnight. First switchwire LDO kit stream length is perfect. That 9 hours. Foam is yeah. Are you not live there, Jack? Are you catching up? I mean, you can't hear me. but that one, okay, so this is the one, that's one I just did. It's this one. Let's come off. Oh, you're still here. Are you here just for us? If it's past your bedtime, I mean, I'm putting these on. I'm not even going to worry about, I'm not going to be aligning them. We're going to put them on and call it. I very much appreciate you being here. Field testing fun for more releases? Nice. 9 hours and 46 minutes. Yep. I tried to do it in one sitting. It wasn't happening. I need to get a syringe that's more proper for this. This works if I press it in enough to create a good seal. And then it doesn't squeeze out like that one did. But a better tool for that might be better. Might be a good thing. Syringe with a finer tip. Yeah, something that actually goes in is fit for that. 10 minutes to work, pack toolkit and parts for engineer to go on site tomorrow. Whew. Another 20 minutes on it. So not just me. Okay, that's good. I was out cleaning the garage. I don't think I have space for a Milo and a Casa unless I do something drastic. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm going to end up doing. Okay, so that's 2. Which means 1 goes on this side. Got a little more messy with the grease on this one. Made it 2 days in a row. Welcome, Mike. Running input shaper on my machines after cleaning and lubing. It's like move around the printers. Little hand lotion there. Okay. For the most part, these are still good for a guidance on general placement. Some of those Lauer screw-on tip syringes. Model your own tips in CAD. Oh, I could do that. It's true. Okay, that gets them close. And get in here and aligning the holes here and screwing up the camera focus. Now, start with the M3x10s. Where are we at? Just running input shaper on my machines. This isn't Steve's full-time job. This won't happen. What are we talking about? Could be like pirate software and do 10 to 12 hour streams every day. Yeah, I have a day job. So I'm stretching to do a weekday stream. But linear rails, these are LDO. So these are LDO MGN 15s. What filament color is that on my head? I don't know. They call it silver fox. I don't know why. Looks under extruded. That's funny. No, it's not too far. It's perfect. We're gonna watch the stream from the beginning. Hey, Biney. No Loctite here. No, I'm gonna line things up. I'm gonna do the same as I did before. Get it lined up, because I'm not gonna, we're basically, I'm gonna put these in so it holds in place, and we'll be done for the stream. And so it's going to be a week before I touch them. So I definitely don't want to Loctite them, but this gets things in place, kind of held in, and moving on to getting ready to move on to the next part. Why is ABS the choice of materials? I feel like ASA or even PETG will work for a mill as it's not in a heated environment. PETG is terrible for a mill. More than any other filament. It's just, it creeps under any level of heat, even something that's open, for the amount of pressure you need to put on the fasteners and stuff. But it's rather flexible. I know ABS is a little flexible as well, but ABS has good temperature resistance, good less creep, that kind of stuff. PLA's saving grace is it's very stiff. The MPC&C folks recommend it for their builds, but it's just terrible for heat tolerance and stuff. What am I doing there? Why am I missing that one? Oh, it's way over there. What will be the first project on the Milo? So the first project, once I figure things out, I'm going to be machining the CNC parts for a Tic Tac printer. So what happened with the Rook? It is complete, or we paused. We paused the Rook. I need to do a couple things on it, and we will be back to it. I need to print a screen. I need to model the little power supply brace. Actually, I feel it's going better than I thought, but this build came up and I wanted this. I want to do this one. The Rook one is actually going better than I expected it to at this point. I'm fairly pleased considering what I have to work with. I'm fairly pleased with the wiring, and these I'm going to snug down just so it doesn't go away. I feel like it's not too far from being done, but we will get back to it when we're done with this build. So this was our progress of the day. These two pieces. ASA easier to print and can do the same heat as ABS plus UV. Yeah, maybe ASA is fine. ASA, I would not categorize ASA as easier to print than ABS. for the simple idea that I say that ASA needs to be dried in order to do well. And I don't see a significant or even really noticeable difference in the amount that it warps from ABS to ASA. So anyway, yeah, here we are, and I'm tired. We are at 5 hours and 15 minutes. So, thank you, everyone. We had a lot of new gifted members and new members today. Thank you. Thanks, LDO. LDO did provide this kit. It is cool. I can't wait to get further on it. Thanks for letting me give away a CNC parts kit, and Polymaker for giving away filament. Thank you, Dave, for being here, giving some advice. Thanks everyone else that gave advice and caught my mistakes. We will hopefully see you tomorrow, 5 p.m. Pacific. Regular weeknight stream, just happening on a Monday instead of a Tuesday. So hope everyone has a good rest of the day. I'm going to go get something to eat. So take care and enjoy the build. Bye.